disabled have an illness in general condition that can be difficult to do something and other people do. The accident was relating to or intended for disabled people. Library does not have this. How would disabled people escape in an emergency? Have an license left his several accidents. Okay. Disable. Okay. Disable. Let's having an illness injury or condition that is difficult to do something other people do. That's the left hand several disabled, waiting or alternating disabled people. Library does not have this. The library has this. Relating to or intended for disabled people, the library does not have disabled license. How do disabled people How would disabled people escape? How would disabled people emergency? Go get free. More allowed. Getting free. To get free for something or to or bad. Okay. How would disabled people in emergency escape? To press the key on computer keyboard that's not allowed in any particular screen, and to turn to the previous one or to interrupt. The act of successful getting out of place or dangerous or bad situation. He made his escape on the back of the motorcycle. Okay, motorcycle. How would disabled people escape in an emergency in the emergency exists? In the emergency exit suitable for wheelchair. In the emergency exit. In the emergency exit for wheelchair. Suitable. Escape. Get free. Get free. Have analysis. Accept or right to arise accept in the film is not for children. Suitable. Okay. There is an emergency for wheelchairs. This is the emergency exit. Suitable for wheelchairs. Wheelchair. Disabled people. One of disabled people. They pallet of the aircraft was forced. Down against UVs. Down against UVs. Down against UVs. Down against UVs. Down against UVs, or because it is suddenly made necessary by unexpected situation involve physical strength or power. Down against UVs. Okay. Down against someone you wish. Action that is forced is down. It's forced because it is suddenly made necessary. It is suddenly made necessary by a new or unusually forced landing. The plan had to make her forced landing. The plan had to make her darkest ways. 用是专指在这。Darkest ways. Darkest. Darkest ways. Force. Darkest ways. Darkest ways. Action that is forced is done because it is action that is forced is done because it is suddenly made necessary by unexpected situation. Action that is forced is because it is suddenly made necessary by a new situation. The paradise was forced to make a run on lake landing. The part of the air was forced. Okay, was forced to make unusual unexpected situation. Was forced. Force. Darkest wish. Darkest. Was forced. The pilot was the aircraft. The pilot was the aircraft was forced to make an emergency landing on Lake Geneva situation. They look okay. For example, or the emergency means staff. Get free computer. people. The group of people who work. Group. Okay, during the mini staff volunteered to work through the weekend. Volunteer staff. The group of people who work on accepted or rent for someone or something. Volunteer. Or a person who does something especially helpful to other people, morning and without forced to pay. During the emergency, many volunteered to work through the weekend, and without being forced or paid to do it. A person who does something, especially help others, something well and without being forced. Without being forced. Okay. Without being forced. Done against the wish.我这发音不准。Done against the wish. Done against the wish. Without being forced. Without being forced. Okay. The paint of the aircraft was down against the wish. To make emergency landing. Through the emergency, many staff or people work on organization. During the emergency, many staff volunteered to work through the weekend. Graham was in the capital a bit of many trucked high. What could be track of in case there was an emergency. 怎么还是这？Truck down against the wish. You are described. Strong superpower, physical power. Without being forced or paid to, and without paid to do it. Tracked. Need. To push arm loose and repeat our close. Or particular place person is best to make our new comfort. Okay. Talk. Piece. To push or lose, to show and have a piece of clothes to into a particular place or 再想一下。Chuck something into something. Should I chuck my shirt into my bag? Should I chuck my shirt into? Okay, chucked. We kept our bit of money chucked our way in case and there was in case. Chucked our way. Chucked our way. I chucked something under this, under something. Chuck something under something. Under something. I can end. Grandma always kept her bit money chucked away in case there was an emergency. There was an emergency. You can land your plane. You can land or plan on water in an emergency. Grandma always kept her case. In case first. Particular situation or example, because problem was you don't people being to or Japanese doctor or container or box for story something container or murder case or murder case you said murder case. Okay, I need one case okay, case large or boxed Chris. I need a case. Any case. That really is. In that case, particular situation or example. Situation or example of some situation. Instead of something that is happening and the condition that exists in a particular time and place. Instead of something that are happening and the situation that exists at a particular time and place. And you put me in a difficult situation. Or set up something that are they set up something. They set up something that they set up something that are what kind of torture? SNC。看一下。Russia。这是真的。是这样。看我的版图。是。有可能在这里，有可能在这里，拖过去，然后停了90句，按照前面。新西兰，OK，澳大利亚现在。Australia，澳洲，新西兰，China。自私的地图。现在到Russia，绿蓝，绿地 ，Iceland， German， Australia， UK。其实这边的圈有的真构成马洛克、冰岛、 我是这样看其实有没有吃到？这是随米澳大利亚。没有这个。这是什么？我总会2个。纯的是澳大利亚、澳洲、西非、半球、联邦色。路上连过什么？学习，根本没有关系。这词条是什么时候的？念过去。美国、英国、中东、澳洲、又是欧洲、英国、欧洲、加拿大、澳洲。现在主要国家语言有为什么？这个板块，这个板块，官方语言其实中心官方语言，唯一官方语言，少数个。这个词条很好，要做这个。 当你人口太少，无法产生爱尔兰就是死亡跟澳洲的才行，澳洲加拿大的，去那么去人口。Okay. Always, grammar always kept a little bit tracked away in case the tracked. England 人口太少，不注意形成。澳大利亚先生。News horse truck to push your load and a piece of clothing or went into a particular space or anything special to make her neat out. Okay. Tracked grammar always kept a little bit of money tracked away in case there was an emergency. You cannot airplane water in an emergency. I always kept our blanket. I always kept a blanket. I always kept a blanket. And toolkit. I always kept a blanket and the toolkit in the trunk for your trunk. 我随便搜，这个不认识。Trunk. To trunk means 12. Or thick from which is bicycle. The main part of a person's body. The main part of not include the head. Not including head, leg, or arm. Not include. Okay, 那就是躯干。对，里面就是。I always kept a blanket onto in the trunk for emergency. In the trunk, the main part of blood was the main part of nerve. Main part. Okay. In the trunk for emergency. 20 million people face starvation. Okay, starvation. Have a cake. This state of having no food or this state of having no food for a long period often cause death. This state of having no food for often cause this. This data have been known for a long period. Often cause this. Instead of having no for them. Often cause this. Starvation can be so violent. West. Extremely big violent speed 8. Help for money about support or 8. Emergency. Germany West emergency aid program is launched. Bagged cases that you take with you when you travel. That you take with you when you travel bagged. How many pieces of bags do you have? How many pieces? We have to pay extra for our excess bag. Extra. Check to main part. Extra. The tool is wrong. I did the tool is wrong. I did extra. Okay, I did the tool is wrong. Streaming. Access. Access. We need to pay extra for our access bagged. Added to numbers. Amount that is for amount that is more than accepted reasonable. It's more than accepted too much. Excess of deposit access. The amount that is more than expected or reason. We had to pay extra for our access our bags and suitcases that more than once or not our bags. Staff. The group of people who work for an organization with allowed baggage extra force. They are suitcases. Suitcases are large, or cannot continue with their handle for carrying clothes and while traveling. wet our bag. Suitcases that weighed more than was allowed. For example, Fiona took so much baggage with her. We had difficulty getting it out on the coach. No one is allowed on the plane. No one is allowed on the plane unless their baggage has been thoroughly checked. No one is allowed unless their baggage has been through checked. Complete suitcase. No. Very much completed. Can we leave our baggage at the hotel until it is time to leave for the airport? The benefit and feelings that influence how you think and behave. The benefits and feelings that influence how you think and behave. The benefits and feelings and that influence how you think and behave. Benefits. Excess, too much. Phone took so much. No one is allowed on the plane unless their baggage has been thoroughly checked. We had to extra for our extra baggage. We had to pay extra for our excess baggage. More example. Can we leave our baggage at the hotel until it is time to leave airport? Plan. Coach on the coach. For you had to pay extra for our access. So much baggage for only is getting on the coach. We took so much and with her baggage. Okay. Fiona took so much in the coach. Getting on the coach. I took so much baggage with her. so much have acted with her. We had difficult in getting it on the coach. We no one on the illness project has been through the check. No, how many pieces of bags do you have? We had to pay extra for our excess baggage. Our bags and suitcases. Okay, the one is not the bags. Can we have newer baggage at the hotel airport? The beliefs and feelings that influence how you think and behave. Added too much case situations, worse cases, beneath something. The feelings of being certain when something exists is true. The feeling of being certain that something exists is true. The feeling of being certain that something exists or is true. Something that you believe. Something that you believe are religious and political beliefs should be respected. Okay, something that you believe. The feeling of being certain that something exists or is true. The feeling of something that is certain that something exists or is true. Okay, the benefit and the feeling that influence. Through completely in detail and carefully through theory in your detail and carefully way carefully in your detail completely very much. Okay, influence the power to have an effect on people or things. The power to have an effect on people or things or a person or a person or thing that is able to do some things. The power to have effect on people something. Okay, influence the power to have an effect on people or things or more people or things that is able to do this. The benefit and feeling is that influence how you think and behave. Okay, so pretty close. Behave. Act of particular. The act in a particular way. She will always behave well. You act in a particular. No, not this. Behave. different coaches. Behave. She always behave well in to act in a particular way. She always behave well when her aunt comes to her arms. Whenever there was a full moon, he would start behaving strangely. Whenever there was a full moon, he would start behaving strangely. They behaved as if nothing has happened. Can we leave our bags at the hotel until it is time to leave for the airport. The belief and feelings that influence how you think and behave. We all carry a lot of emotional pact around with us. Behave. Emotion. Relating our emotion. Carry a lot. Emotional. I chose emotion too. Emotion. Drug. Emotion. Emotion. Feeling. Emotion. Emotional. Relating to emotions. My children's emotional development. My doctor said the problem was more emotional than medical. Anything can be caused by emotional trauma. Having and express strong feelings, accept. Okay. Just thinking. How you think and behave. The better reason. Certain. Something exists. The feeling my feelings is so hard. Hot. Okay. Look what can we all cover emotion. Okay. Bags around us. We all cover a lot of emotional bags. Okay. Emotional. Emotion. Emotion. Relating to emotions. We all carry a lot of emotion bagged around with us. We are emotional act around with us. Emotional relation to emotions. Having a experienced strong feelings about feelings. The beautiful, okay. Certain something. The feeling influence with. The feeling of being certain that something exists or it will care about our emotion back to remember us.哎，我怎么死？先这样，再这样啊。Not belongs. A trap, aircraft, a trap. About traveling. Trap. Then travel. The journey in which you go somewhere usually for a short time and then come back again. You travel in travel. Travel. I'll never forget my first flight. How was your flight? Our flight to New York. Our flights to New York today we delayed because of bad weather. My flight was cancelled. For example, passenger and request to check out before you depart. Passenger and request to check 2 hours before. Passenger, okay. Passenger. Are people for vague, but they are no tribe or service. Passenger. It's my duty. Passenger. Passengers. A person who is traveling in a vehicle that is not driving. 哎呀，我大字离。Work. Not traveling it, flying it, or working on it. Okay, I'm right. Right. Saving us. 1个小时1页，应该是要够了。我今天就能把它复习完。
That motivation has become intrinsically. You can't just create it, nor can you be the crutch for them if they don't have that intrinsic motivation. So you have to make sure people actually are high energy and want to do what you want them to do or what you want to work with them. Reading signals is very, very important. Signals are what people do despite what they say. So it's important to pay attention to subtle signals. We all know that socially, if someone treats a waiter or waitress in a restaurant really badly, then it's only a matter of time until they treat you badly. If somebody screws over an enemy and is vindictive towards them, well, it's only a matter of time before they redefine you from friend to enemy and you feel their wrath. So angry, outraged, vindictive, short-term thinking people are essentially that way in many interactions in your life. People are oddly consistent. It's one of the things you learn about them. So you want to find long-term people. You want to find people who seem irrationally ethical. For example, I had one friend of mine whose company I invested in, and the company failed, and he could have wiped out all the investors. But he kept putting more and more personal money in. Through 3 different pivots, he put personal money in until the company finally succeeded. And in the process, he never wiped out the investors. And I was always grateful to him for that. I said, like, wow, that's amazing that, you were so good to your investors. You didn't wipe them out. And he got offended by that. He said, I didn't do it for you. I didn't do it for my investors. I did it for me. It's my own self-esteem. It's what I care about. That's how I live my life. That's the kind of person you want to work with. Another quote that I like, I have a tweet on this. I think I read this somewhere else, which was, I'm not taking credit for this, but I modified it a little bit, which is that self-esteem is a reputation that you have with yourself. You'll always know. So good people, moral people, ethical people, easy to work with people, reliable people tend to have very high self-esteem because they have very good reputation with themselves and they understand that. It's not ego. Self-esteem and ego are different things. Because ego can be undeserving. But self-esteem, at least you feel like you lived up to your own internal moral code of ethics. And so it's very hard to work with people who end up being low integrity. And it's hard to figure out who's high integrity and low integrity. Generally, the more someone is saying that they're moral and ethical and high integrity, the less likely they're to be that way. It's very much like status signaling. If you overtly bid for status, if you overtly talk about being high status, that is a low status move. If you openly talk about how honest and reliable and trustworthy you are, you're probably not that honest and trustworthy. That is a characteristic of con men. So yeah, pick an industry in which you can play long-term games with long-term people.
Let's do this last tweet. You said, don't partner with cynics and pessimists whose beliefs are self-fulfilling.
Yeah, essentially, to create things, you have to be a rational optimist. Rational in the sense that you have to see the world for what it really is, and yet you have to be optimistic about your own capabilities and your ability to get things done. We all know people who are consistently pessimistic, who will shoot down everything. Everyone in their life has like the helpful critical guy, right? He thinks he's being helpful, but he's actually being critical, and he's a downer on everything. That person will not only never do anything great in their lives, they'll prevent other people around them from doing something great. They think their job is to shoot holes in things. And it's okay to shoot holes in things as long as you come with a solution. There's also the classic like military line, either lead, follow, or get out of the way. And these people want a fourth option where they don't want to lead, they don't want to follow, but they don't want to get out of the way. They want to tell you why the thing's not going to work. And all the really successful people I know have a very strong action bias. They just do things. The easiest way to figure out if something's viable or not is by doing it. At least do the first step and the second step and the third and then decide. So if you want to be successful in life, creating wealth or having good relationships or being fit or even being happy, you need to have an action bias towards getting what you want. And you have to be optimistic about it. Not irrationally. There's nothing worse than someone who's just like foolhardy and chasing what's not working. That's a rational optimist. But you have to be rational, know all the pitfalls, know the downsides, but still keep your chin up. I mean, you've got one life on this planet. Why not try to build something big? This is the beauty of Elon Musk and why I think he inspires so many people. It's just he takes on really, really big, audacious tasks, and he provides an example for people to think big. And it takes a lot of work to build even small things. I don't think the corner grocery store owner is working any less hard than Elon Musk or pouring any less sweat and toil into it. Maybe even more. But for whatever reason, education, circumstance, they didn't get the chance to think as big, so the outcome's not as big. So it's just better to think big, obviously rationally within your means, stay optimistic. The cynics and the pessimists, what they're really saying, and fortunate, but they're saying, I've given up. I don't think I can do anything. And so the world to me just looks like a world where nobody can do anything. And so why should you go do something? Because if you fail, then I'm right, which is great. But if you succeed, then you just make me look bad.
Yeah, it's probably better to be an irrational optimist than it is to be a rational cynic.
Yeah, there's a completely rational frame on why you should be an optimist. Historically, if you go back 2,000 years, 5,000 years, 10,000 years, two people wander into a jungle, they hear a tiger, one's an optimist who says, oh, it's not headed our way, the other one says, I'm a pessimist, I'm out of here, and the pessimist runs and survives, and the optimist gets eaten. So we're descended from pessimists. We're genetically hardwired to be pessimists. But modern society is far, far safer. There are no tigers wandering down the street. It's very unlikely that you will end up in total ruin, although you should avoid total ruin. Much more likely that the upside is unlimited and the downside is limited. So adapting for modern society means overriding your pessimism and taking slightly irrationally optimistic bets, because the upside is unlimited. If you start the next SpaceX or Tesla or Uber, you can make billions of dollars of value for society and for yourself and change the world. And if you fail, that's a big deal. You lost a few $1 million of investor money and they've got plenty more, and that's the bet they take, the chances that you will succeed. It made sense to be pessimistic in the past. It makes sense to be optimistic today, especially if you're educated and living in a first world country. Even a third world country. I actually think the economic opportunities in third world countries are much larger. The one thing you have to avoid is the risk of ruin. Ruin means stay out of jail. So don't do anything that's illegal. It's never worth it to wear an orange jumpsuit. And stay out of total catastrophic loss. That could mean that you stay out of things that could be physically dangerous, hurt your body. You have to watch your health, and stay out of things that can cause you to lose all of your capital, all of your savings. So don't gamble everything at one go. But you take rationally optimistic bets with big upside.
I think there's people that will try and build up your ideas and build on your ideas, no matter how far-fetched they might seem. And then there are people who will list out all the obvious exceptions, no matter how obvious they are. And fortunately, in the startup world, I don't even really get exposed to the people that are giving you the obvious exceptions and all the reasons it's not going to work. I barely get exposed to that anymore.
That's what Twitter is for. Scott Adams got so annoyed by this, he came with the phrase, an acronym, which is, but of course there are obvious exceptions, BOCTAOE, and he used to like pin that acronym at the end of his articles for a while. But Twitter is just like overrun with nitpickers. And where exactly as you're pointing out, Silicon Valley has learned that the upside is so great that you never look down on the slobby kid who's wearing a hoodie and has like coffee up his shoes and just look like a slob, because you don't know if he's going to be the next Mark Zuckerberg or the next Reid Hoffman. So you got to treat everybody with respect. You got to look up to every possibility and opportunity, because the upside is so unlimited and the downside is so limited in the modern world, especially with financial assets and instruments.
Do you want to talk a little bit about the skills that you need, in particular specific knowledge, accountability, leverage, and judgment? So the first tweet in this area is arm yourself with specific knowledge, accountability, and leverage. And I'll throw in judgment as well. I don't think you covered that in that particular tweet.
If you want to make money, you have to get paid at scale. And why you, that's accountability. At scale, that's leverage. And just you getting paid as opposed to somebody else getting paid, that's specific knowledge. So specific knowledge is probably the hardest thing to get across in this whole tweet storm, and it's probably the thing that people get the most confused about. The thing is that we have this idea that everything can be taught. Everything can be taught in school. And it's not true that everything can be taught. In fact, the most interesting things cannot be taught. But everything can be learned, and very often that learning either comes from some innate characteristics in your DNA, or it could be through your childhood where you learn soft skills, which are very, very hard to teach later on in life, or it's something that is brand new, so nobody else knows how to do it either, or it's true on-the-job training because you're pattern matching with a highly complex environment, building judgment in a specific domain. Classic example is investing, but it could be in anything. It could be in judgment in running a fleet of trucks. It could be judgment in weather forecasting. So specific knowledge is the knowledge that you care about, especially if you're later in life. Let's say you're post 20, 21, 22. You almost don't get to choose which specific knowledge you have. Rather, you get to look at what you have already built by that point in time, and then you can build on top of it. The first thing to notice about specific knowledge is that you can't be trained for it. If you can be trained for it, if you can go to a class and learn specific knowledge, then somebody else can be trained for it too. And then we can mass produce and mass train people. Heck, we can even program computers to do it, and eventually we can program robots to walk around doing it. So if that's the case, then you're extremely replaceable, and all we have to pay you is the minimum wage that we have to pay you to get you to do it, when there are lots of other takers who can be trained to do it. So really, your returns just devolve into your cost of training plus the return on investment on that training. So you really want to pick up specific knowledge. You need your schooling, you need your training to be able to capitalize on the best specific knowledge, but the part of it that you'll get paid for is the specific knowledge. For example, someone who goes and gets a degree in psychology and then becomes a salesperson. Well, if they were already a formidable salesperson and had great salesmanship to begin with, then the psychology degree is leverage. It arms them and they do much better at sales. But if they were always an introvert, never very good at sales, and they're trying to use psychology to learn sales, they're just not going to get that great at it. Specific knowledge is found much more by pursuing your innate talents, your genuine curiosity, and your passion. It's not by going to school for whatever is the hottest job. It's not for going into whatever field investors say is the hottest. Very often, specific knowledge is at the edge of knowledge. It's also stuff that's just being figured out or is really hard to figure out. So if you're not 100% into it, somebody else who is 100% into it will outperform you. And they won't just outperform you by a little bit, they'll outperform you by a lot. Because now we're operating in the domain of ideas, compound interest really applies and leverage really applies. So if you're operating with 1,000 times leverage and somebody is right 80% of the time and somebody else is right 90% of the time, the person who's right 90% of the time will literally get paid hundreds of times more by the market because of the leverage and because of the compounding factors and things like that. So you really want to make sure you're good at it, so your genuine curiosity is very important. So very often, it's not something you sit down and you reason about. It's more found by observation. You almost have to look back on your own life and see what you're actually good at. For example, I wanted to be a scientist, and that is where a lot of my moral hierarchy comes from. I view scientists at the top of the production chain for humanity, and the group of scientists who have made real breakthroughs and contributions have probably added more to human society, I think, than any single other class of human beings. Not to take away anything from art or politics or engineering or business, but without the science, we'd still be scrabbling in the dirt, fighting with sticks and trying to start fires. My whole value system was built around scientists, and I wanted to be a great scientist. But when I actually look back at what I was uniquely good at and what I ended up spending my time doing, it was more around making money, tinkering with technology, and selling people on things, explaining things, talking to people. So I have some sales skills, which is a form of specific knowledge that I have. I have some analytical skills around how to make money, and I have this ability to absorb data, obsess about it, and break it down, and that is a specific skill that I have. I also just love tinkering with technology, and all of this stuff feels like play to me, but it looks like work to others. So there are other people to whom these things would be hard. They say like, well, how do I get good at being pithy and selling ideas? Well, if you're not already good at it, or if you're not really into it, maybe it's not your thing. Focus on the thing that you are really into. This is ironic, but the first person to actually point out my real specific knowledge was my mother. And she did it as an aside, talking from the kitchen, and she said it when I was like 15 or 16 years old. I was telling a friend of mine that I wanted to be an astrophysicist, and she said, no, you're going to go into business. And I was like, what? My mom's telling me I'm going to be in business? I'm going to be an astrophysicist. Mom doesn't know what she's talking about. But mom knew exactly what she was talking about. She had already observed that every time we walked down the street, I would critique the local pizza parlor on why they were selling their slices a certain way with certain toppings and why their process of ordering was this way when it should have been that way. So she knew that I was had more of a business curious mind, but then my obsession with science combined to create technology and technology businesses where I found myself. So very often, your specific knowledge is observed and often observed by other people who know you well and revealed in situations rather than something that you come up with. To the extent that specific knowledge is taught, it's on the job, it's through apprenticeships, and that's why the best businesses, the best careers are the apprenticeship careers, because those are things society still has not figured out how to train and automate yet. The classic line here is that Warren Buffett went to Benjamin Graham when he got out of school, and Benjamin Graham was the author of The Intelligent Investor and sort of modernized or created value investing as a discipline. And Warren Buffett went to Benjamin Graham and offered to work for him for free. And Graham said, actually, you're overpriced. Free is overpriced. And Graham was absolutely right, that when it comes to a very valuable apprenticeship, like the type that Graham was going to give Buffett, Buffett should have been paying him a lot of money. And that right there tells you that those are skills worth knowing. Specific knowledge also tends to be technical and creative. So on the bleeding edge of technology, on the bleeding edge of art, on the bleeding edge of communication. Even today, for example, there are probably meme lords out there on the internet who can create incredible memes that will spread the idea to millions of people, or are very persuasive. Like, for example, Scott Adams is a good example of this. He's essentially becoming one of the most credible people in the world by making accurate predictions through persuasive arguments in videos. And that is specific knowledge that he has built up over the years because he got obsessed with hypnosis when he was young. He learned how to communicate through cartooning. He embraced Periscope early, so he's been practicing lots of conversation. He's read all the books on the topic. He's employed it in his everyday life. If you look at his girlfriend, she's like this beautiful young Instagram model. That is an example of someone who has built up a specific knowledge over the course of his career. It's highly creative. It has elements of being technical in it, and it's something that is never going to be automated. No one's going to take that away from him because he's also accountable under one brand as Scott Adams, and he's operating with the leverage of media with Periscope and drawing Dilbert cartoons and writing books. He has massive leverage on top of that brand, and he can build wealth out of it if he wanted to build additional wealth beyond what he already has.
Should we be calling it unique knowledge, or does specific knowledge somehow make more sense for it?
You know, I came up with this framework when I was really young. And we're talking decades and decades. It's now probably over 30 years old. And so at the time, just specific knowledge stuck with me, so that is how I think about it. The reason I didn't try and change it is because every other term that I found for it was overloaded in a different way. At least specific knowledge isn't that used. I can rebrand it. The probably unique knowledge is, yeah, maybe it's unique, but if I learn it from somebody else, it's no longer unique. Then we both know it. So it's not so much that it is unique, it's that it is highly specific to the situation, it's specific to the individual, it's specific to the problem. And it can only be built as part of a larger obsession, interest, and time spent in that domain. It can't just be read straight out of a single book, nor can be taught in a single course, nor can be programmed into a single algorithm.
Speaking of Scott Adams, he's got a blog post on how to build your career by getting in, say, the top 25 percentile at 3 or more things. And by doing that, you become the only person in the world who can do those 3 things in the 25th percentile. So instead of trying to be the best at one thing, you just try to be very, very good at 3 or more things. Is that a way of building specific knowledge?
I actually think the best way is just to follow your own obsession. And somewhere in the back of your mind, you can realize that, hey, actually, this obsession, like, I'll keep an eye out for the commercial aspects of it. But I think if you go around trying to build it a little too deliberately, if you become too goal-oriented on the money, then you won't pick the right thing. You won't actually pick the thing that you love to do, so you won't go deep enough into it. Scott Adams' observation is a good one. It's predicated on statistics. Let's say there's 10,000 areas that are valuable to the human race today in terms of knowledge to have. And the number one in those 10,000 slots is taken, right? Someone else is likely to be the number one in each of those 10,000 unless you happen to be one of the 10,000 most obsessed people in the world at a given thing. But when you start going the combinatorics of combining, well, number 3,728 with top-notch sales skills and really good writing skills and someone who understands accounting and finance really well, when the need for that intersection arrives, you've expanded now from 10,000 through combinatorics to millions or tens of millions. So it just becomes much less competitive. Also, there's diminishing returns, so it's much easier to be top 75 percentile at 3 or 4 things than it is to be literally the number one at something. I think it's a very pragmatic approach, but I think it's important that one not start assembling things too deliberately, because you do want to pick things where you are a natural. Everyone is a natural at something. We're all familiar with that phrase, a natural. Oh, this person's a natural at meeting men or women. This person's a natural socialite. This person's a natural programmer. This person's a natural reader. So whatever you are a natural at, you want to double down on that. And then there are probably multiple things you're natural at, because personalities and humans are very complex. So we want to be able to take the things that you are natural at and combine them so that you automatically, just through sheer interest and enjoyment, end up top 25 or top 10 or top 5% at a number.
Talking about combining skills, you said that you should learn to sell, learn to build. If you can do both, you'll be unstoppable.
You know, this is a very broad category now, but it's 2 broad categories. One is building the product, which is hard, and it's multivariate. That can include design, that can include development, that can include manufacturing, logistics, procurement. It could even be designing and operating a service. It has many, many definitions, but in every industry, there is a definition of the builder. In our tech industry, that's the CTO, it's the programmer, it's the software engineer, hardware engineer. But, even in like a laundry business, it could be the person who's building the laundry service, who is making the trains run on time, who's making sure all the clothes end up in the right place at the right time, and so on. Then the other side of it is the sales side. Again, selling has a very broad definition. Selling doesn't necessarily just mean selling individual customers, but it could mean marketing, it could mean communicating, it could mean recruiting, it could mean raising money, it could mean inspiring people, it could mean doing PR. So it's a broad umbrella category. So generally, the Silicon Valley startup model tends to work best. It's not the only way, but it is probably the most common way. When you have two founders, one of whom is world-class at sales and one of whom is world-class at building. An example is, of course, Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak with Apple. Gates and Allen probably had similar responsibility early on with Microsoft. Larry and Sergey, probably broke down along those lines, although it's a little different there because that was a very technical product delivered to end users through a simple interface. But generally, you will see this pattern repeated over and over. There's a builder and there's a seller. There's a CEO and CTO combo. And venture and technology investors are almost trained to look for this combo whenever possible. It's the magic combination. The ultimate is when one individual can do both. That's when you get true superpowers. That's when you get people who can create entire industries. The living example is Elon Musk. He may not necessarily be building the rockets himself, but he understands enough that he actually makes technical contributions. He understands the technology well enough that no one's going to snow him on it, and he's not running around making claims that he doesn't think he can eventually deliver. He may be optimistic for the timelines, but he thinks it's within reasonableness of delivery. Even Steve Jobs developed enough product skills and was involved enough in the product that he also operated in both of these domains. Larry Ellison started as a programmer and I think wrote the first version of Oracle and was actually heavily involved in it. Mark Andreessen was also in this domain. He may not have had enough confidence in sales skills, but he was the programmer who wrote Netscape Navigator, a big chunk of it. So I think the real giants in any field are the people who can both build and sell. And usually the building is a thing that like a salesperson can't pick up building later in life. It requires too much focused time. But a builder can pick up selling a little bit later, especially if they were already innately wired to be a good communicator. Bill Gates famously paraphrased this as, I would rather teach an engineer marketing than a marketer engineering. I think if you start out with a building mentality and you have building skills and it's still early enough in your life or you have enough focused time that you think you can learn selling and you have some natural characteristics where you're a good salesperson, then you can double down on those. Now your sales skills could be in a different than traditional domain. So for example, let's say you're a really good engineer and then people are saying, well, now you need to be good at sales. Well, you may not be good at hand-to-hand sales, but you may be a really good writer. And writing is a skill that can be learned much more easily than, say, in-person selling. And so you may just cultivate writing skills until you become a good online communicator and then use that for your sales. On the other hand, it could just be that you're a good builder and you're bad at writing and you don't like to communicate to mass audiences, but you're good one-on-one. So then you might use your sales skills for recruiting or for fundraising, which are more one-on-one kinds of endeavors. This is pointing out that if you're at the intersection of these two, don't despair because you're not going to be the best technologist and you're not going to be the best salesperson, but in a weird way, that combination, back to the Scott Adams skill stack, that combination of two is unstoppable. Long-term, people who understand the underlying product and how to build it and can sell it, these are catnip to investors. These people can break down walls if they have enough energy and they can get almost anything done.
If you could only pick one to be good at, which one would you pick?
When you're trying to stand out from the noise, building is actually better because there's so many hustlers and salespeople who have nothing to back them up. When you're starting out, when you're trying to be recognized, building is better. But much later down the line, building gets exhausting because it is a focused job and it's hard to stay current because there's always new people, new products coming up who have newer tools and frankly more time because it's very intense, it's a very focused task. So sales skills actually scale better over time. Like, for example, if you have a reputation for building a great product, that's good. But when you ship your new product, I'm going to evaluate it based on the product. But if you have a reputation for being a good person to do business with, and you're persuasive and communicative, then that reputation almost becomes self-fulfilling. So I think if you only had to pick one, you kind of start with building and then transition to selling. This is a cop-out answer, but I think that is actually the right answer.
Before we go and talk about accountability and leverage and judgment, you've got a few tweets further down the line that I would put in the category of continuous learning. There is no skill called business. Avoid business magazines and business class. Study microeconomics, game theory, psychology, persuasion, ethics, mathematics, and computers. There's one other comment that you made in the Periscope that was you should be able to pick up any book in the library and read it. And the last tweet in this category was reading is faster than listening, doing is faster than watching.
Yeah, the most important tweet on this, I don't even have it in here, unfortunately, which is the foundation of learning is reading. I don't know a smart person who doesn't read and read all the time. And the problem is, what do I read? How do I read? Because for most people, it's a struggle, it's a chore. So the most important thing is just to learn how to educate yourself. And the way to educate yourself is to develop a love for reading. So the tweet that is left out, the one that I was hinting at, is read what you love until you love to read. It's that simple. Everybody I know who reads a lot loves to read. And they love to read because they read books they loved. It's a little bit of a catch-22, but you want to start off just reading wherever you are and then keep building up from there until reading becomes a habit. And then eventually you will just get bored of the simple stuff. So you may start off reading fiction, then you might graduate to science fiction, then you may graduate to nonfiction, then you may graduate to science or philosophy or mathematics or whatever it is. But take your natural path and just read the things that interest you until you understand them, and then you'll naturally move to the next thing and the next thing and the next thing. Now, there is an exception to this, which is where I was hinting with what things you actually do want to learn, which is at some point there's too much out there to read. And even reading is full of junk. There are actually things you can read, especially early on, that will program your brain a certain way. And then later things that you read, you will decide whether those things are true or false based on the earlier things. So it is important that you read foundational things. And foundational things, I would say, are the original books in a given field that are very scientific in their nature. So for example, instead of reading a business book, pick up Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations. Instead of reading a book on biology or evolution that's written today, I would pick up Darwin's Origin of Species. Instead of reading a book on biotech right now that may be very advanced, I would just pick up The Eighth Day of Creation by Watson and Crick. Instead of reading advanced books on what cosmology and what Neil deGrasse Tyson and Stephen Hawking have been saying, you can pick up Richard Feynman's 6 Easy Pieces that start with basic physics. If you understand the basics, especially in mathematics and physics and sciences, then you will not be afraid of any book. All of us have that memory of when we're sitting in class and we're learning mathematics, and it was all logical and all made sense until at one point the class moved too fast and we fell behind. And then after that, we were left memorizing equations, memorizing concepts without being able to derive them from first principles. And at that moment, we were lost. Because unless you're a professional mathematician, you're not going to remember those things. All you're going to remember are the techniques, the foundations. So you have to make sure that you're building on a steel frame of understanding, because you're putting together a foundation for a skyscraper. And you're not just memorizing things, because if you're just memorizing things, you're lost. So the foundations are ultra important. And the ultimate is when you walk into a library and you look at it up and down and you don't fear any book. You know that you can take any book off the shelf, you can read it, you can understand it, you can absorb what is true, you can reject what is false, and you have a basis for even working that out that is logical and scientific and not purely just based on opinions. The beauty of the internet is the entire Library of Alexandria times 10 is at your fingertips at all times. It's not the means of education or the means of learning are scarce. The means of learning are abundant. It's the desire to learn that's scarce. So you really have to cultivate that desire. And it's not even cultivated, you have to not lose it. Children have a natural curiosity. If you go to a young child who's first learning language, they're pretty much always asking, what's this? What's that? Why is this? Who's that? They're always asking questions. But one of the problems is that schools and our educational system and even our way of raising children replaces curiosity with compliance. And once you replace the curiosity with the compliance, you get an obedient factory worker, but you no longer get a creative thinker. And you need creativity, you need that ability to feed your own brain to learn whatever you want. And to me, foundational things are principles, they're algorithms, they're deep-seated logical understanding where you can defend it or attack it from any angle. And that's why microeconomics is important, because macroeconomics, a lot of memorization, a lot of macro bullshit. As Nassim Taleb says, it is easier to macro bullshit than it is to micro bullshit, because macroeconomics is voodoo complex science meets politics. You can't find two macroeconomists to agree on anything these days, and different macroeconomists get used by different politicians to peddle their different pet theories. There are even macroeconomists out there now peddling something called modern monetary theory, which says, hey, except for this pesky thing called inflation, we can just print all the money that we want. Yes, except for this pesky thing called inflation. That's like saying, instead of limited energy, we can fire rockets off into space all day long. It's just nonsense, but the fact that there are people who have macroeconomists in their title and are peddling modern monetary theory just tells you that macroeconomics as a so-called science has been corrupted. It's a branch of politics. So you really want to focus on the foundations. The ultimate foundation are mathematics and logic. If you understand logic and mathematics, then you have the basis for understanding the scientific method. Once you understand the scientific method, then you can understand how to separate truth from falsehood in other fields and other things that you're reading. So be very careful about reading other people's opinions. And even be careful about reading facts, because so-called facts are often just opinions, but with a veneer around them. What you really are looking for is algorithms. What you're really looking for is understanding. It's better to go through a book really slowly and struggle and stumble and rewind than it is to fly through it quickly and say, well, now I've read 20 books, I've read 30 books, I've read 50 books in the field. It's like Bruce Lee said, I don't fear the man who knows 1,000 kicks and 1,000 punches. I fear the man who's practiced one punch 10,000 times or one kick 10,000 times. It's the understanding that comes through repetition and through usage and through logic and foundations that really makes you a smart thinker.
To lay a foundation for learning for the rest of your life, I think you need two things if I was going to try and sum it up. One, practical persuasion, and two, you need to go deep in some technical category, whether it's abstract math or you want to read Donald Knuth's books on algorithms, or you want to read Feynman's lectures on physics. If you have practical persuasion and a deep understanding of some complex topic, I think you'll have a great foundation for learning for the rest of your life.
Yeah, if I could expand that a little bit, I would say that the 5 most important skills are, of course, reading, writing, arithmetic, and then as you're adding in persuasion, which is talking, and then finally I would add computer programming, just because it's an applied form of arithmetic that just gets you so much leverage for free in any domain that you operate in.
Okay, let's get started. Wolflets. I don't forget my first. Wolflets. Okay. Flights to New York today were delayed because of bad weather. Traveling in aircraft. I'll never forget my first flight. How was your flight? Our flight to New York today were delayed because of the bad weather. My flight was cancelled. Passengers request passengers are passengers are requested to check in 2 hours before the flight. If the flight is late, will miss your connection. welcome connection. Welcome aboard flight. 其实我用还是那个。让效果好一点，对吧？还好吧？well。我喜欢它开长点，这样舒服一些。Okay, flight. Passengers are requested to check into hours before they flight. If the flight is late, will miss our connection. If the flight is late, we'll miss our connection. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard flight. Welcome aboard flight. Welcome aboard flight BA3 Tokyo. Okay. Connection. Benefits. Travel. Connection. Relation. This state have been related to someone or something else. The connection between smoke and heart disease is well known. Okay. Okay. Okay, meaning主要意思是中等。啊。但是需要时间进行那个中等。 怎么回事？还不动我就睡了。那个 W 正面叫做 OK， 澳大利亚是大洋。澳大利亚是靠。是这样 excess too much. All board flight BA3 4 5 to okay. Others passengers requested to check into our before the flight. If the flight is late, we'll miss our connection. Let's click next. This date of being related to someone or something else. This date of being related to someone or something. Relation connection. Okay, connect. Okay, if they flight, we'll miss our connection. Okay, welcome aboard. Welcome aboard flight. Welcome aboard flight BA3.可能对有注意，可能就是right. I wonder. Next one. To ask yourself question and express our wish and express wish to know about something. To show our feeling, opinion, show opinion or fact, or express or wish to know about this. To ask me something or ask or express or wish to something, to ask a question or express to know about them. Shouldn't you phone home? Your parents will be not aware. Shouldn't you phone? Your parents will be wondering why. Shouldn't you phone? Parents will you started to question. Ask you something. Phone started to when he did the right the exception the job will this flights aircraft. I wonder if you could help me add next time information about flights to New Zealand. Have you had any luck with booking your flight? With the book flight, have you had any luck? Have you had luck with booking your flight? An aircraft that is making a particular trip. I wonder if you could help me. Broke my board. Okay. I wonder if you could help me add some information about flight to New Zealand. I'd like some information about to New Zealand. I wonder if you could help me add some information about flights to New Zealand. Have you had any luck with booking your flight? Have you had any luck with booking your flight? An aircraft that is making a particular trip. An aircraft that is making a particular trip. An aircraft that is making a particular trip. An aircraft that is making particular trip. It's making particular trip. Flight 4742. Next areas. Willis Aries is now boarding at gate boarding. Express show feeling opinion or fact. Maybe as an expressed depth. I would like to express my thank you for your kindness. Okay, I'm expressing. Express how word can express how happy I am. That is。我感觉那个复习课用比群文快一些。boarding。 aboard on or onto a ship. Or okay. Welcome aboard. Emo. Okay. Although it's a good boarding, welcome aboard flight BA through 4 to Tokyo. All passengers. Inch. All passengers for flight LH103, please proceed to gate. Proceed to continue our plan. To continue as planned. Keep going. All passenger for flight. Proceed. To gate. Proceed. Please proceed. Please proceed to gate 16. This is flight. Do you read me over? Flight has been delayed by British Air. Regret. Show. Regret. Correct. Or feeling of sadness about something sad or wrong, about a mistake that you have made, and I wish that it could have been different and better. A feeling of sadness about something sad or wrong, or about a mistake that you have made, and I wish that it could have been different and better. A feeling of sadness about something sad or wrong, or about a mistake that you have made, and wish that it could have been different and better. Okay.
Good with computers.
Okay.
If you're good at basic mathematics, if you're good at writing, if you're good at speaking, and if you like reading, you're set for life. So in that sense, business to me is bottom of the barrel. There's no actual skill called business. It's too generic of a thing. It's like a skill called relating, like relating to humans. That's not a skill. It's too broad. So a lot of what goes on in business schools, and there's some very intelligent stuff taught in business schools. I don't mean to distract from it completely, but some of the stuff that's taught in business school is essentially just anecdotes. They call it case studies, but it's just anecdotes. And they're trying to help you pattern match by throwing lots of data points at you, but the reality is you'll never understand them fully until you're actually in that position yourself. Even then, you will find that basic concepts from game theory and psychology and ethics and mathematics and computers and logic will serve you much, much better. So I would focus on the foundations. I would focus with a science bent. I would develop a love for reading, including by reading so-called junk food that you're not supposed to read. You don't have to read the classics. That is the foundation for your self-education.
What did you mean when you said that doing is faster than watching?
When it comes to your learning curve, if you want to optimize your learning curve, one of the reasons why I don't love podcasts, even though I'm a generator of podcasts, is that I like to consume my information very quickly. And now I'm a good reader, a fast reader, and I can read very fast, but I can only listen at a certain speed. I know people listen at 2x, 3x, but everyone sounds like a chipmunk. And it's hard to go back, it's hard to highlight, it's hard to pinpoint snippets and save them in your notebook and so on. Similarly, a lot of people think they can become really skilled at something by watching others do it, or even by reading about others doing it. And going back to business school case study, that's a classic example. You know, they study other people's businesses, but in reality, you're going to learn a lot more about running a business by operating your own lemonade stand or equivalent, or even opening a little retail store down the street. That is how you're going to learn on the job, because a lot of the subtleties don't express themselves until you're actually running the business. For example, everyone's now into mental models these days, right? You go to Farnham Street, you go to Poor Charlie's Almanac, and you can learn all the different mental models. But which ones matter more? Which ones do you apply more often? Which ones matter in which circumstances? That's actually the hard part. For example, my personal learning has been that the principal agent problem drives so much in this world. It's an incentives problem. You know, I've learned that tit for tat, in Prisoner's Dilemma, is the piece of game theory that is worth knowing the most. You can literally almost put down the game theory book after that. By the way, the best way to learn game theory is to play lots of games. I never even read game theory books. I consider myself extremely good at game theory. I've never opened up a game theory book and found a result in there where I was like, oh yeah, that's common sense to me. Because the reason is I just grew up playing all kinds of games and I ran into all kinds of corner cases with all kinds of friends. And so it's just second nature to me. So you can always learn better by doing on the job. But the doing is a subtle thing. That word doing encapsulates a lot. So for example, let's say I want to learn how to run a business. Well, if I start a business where I go in every day and I'm doing the same thing, let's say I'm running the retail store down the street where I'm stocking the shelves with food and liquor every single day, I'm not going to learn that much because I'm repeating things a lot. So I'm putting in thousands of hours, but there are thousands of hours doing the same thing. Whereas if I was putting in thousands of iterations, that would be different. So the learning curve is across iterations. So if I was trying new marketing experiments in the store all the time, I was constantly changing out the inventory, I was constantly changing out the branding and the messaging, I was constantly changing the sign, I was constantly changing the online channels that I would use to drive foot traffic in, I was experimenting with being open at different hours. If I even had the ability to walk around and talk to other store owners and get in their books and figure out how they're running their business, it's the number of iterations that drives a learning curve. So the more iterations you can have, the more shots on goal you can have, the faster you're going to learn. It's not just about the hours put in. It's actually a combination of the two, but I think just the way we're built and the way that the world presents itself, the world offers us very easily the opportunity to do the same thing over and over and over again. But really, we'd be better served if we went off and found ways to do new things from scratch. And doing something new the first time is painful because you're wandering into uncertain territory and high odds are that you will fail. So you just have to get very, very comfortable with frequent small failures. You know, Nassim Taleb talks about this also. He made his fortune, his wealth, by being a trader who relied upon black swans. Nassim Taleb made money by essentially losing little bits of money every day, and then once in a blue moon, he would make a lot of money when the unthinkable happened for other people. Whereas most people want to make little bits of money every day, and in exchange, they'll tolerate lots of blow-up risk. They'll tolerate going completely bankrupt. We're not evolved to bleed a little bit every day. If you're out in the natural environment and you get a cut and you're literally bleeding a little bit every day, you will eventually die. You have to stop that cut. We're evolved for small victories all the time, but that becomes very expensive. That's where the crowd is. That's where the herd is. So if you're willing to bleed a little bit every day, but in exchange you will win big later, you'll do better. That is, by the way, entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurs bleed every day. They're not making money. They're losing money. They're constantly stressed out. All the responsibility is upon them, but when they win big. On average, they'll make more.
So why don't we jump into accountability, which I thought was pretty interesting, and I think you have your own unique take on it. So the first tweet on accountability was embrace accountability and take business risks under your own name. Society will reward you with responsibility, equity, and leverage.
Yeah, so to get rich, you're going to need leverage, and leverage comes in labor, it comes in capital, or it can come through code or media. But most of these, like labor and capital, people have to give to you. For labor, somebody has to follow you. For capital, somebody has to give you money or assets to manage or machines. So to get these things, you have to build up credibility, and you have to do those under your own name as much as possible, which is risky. So accountability is a double-edged thing. It allows you to take credit when things go well and to bear the brunt of the failure when things go badly. So in that sense, people who are stamping their names on things aren't foolish, they're just confident. Maybe it turns out to be foolish in the end, but if you look at a Kanye or an Oprah or a Trump or an Elon or anyone like that, these people can get rich just off their name, because their name is such powerful branding. Regardless of what you think of Trump, you have to realize that the guy was among the best in the world at just branding his name. Why would you go to Trump Casino? It used to be because of Trump. Why would you go to Trump Tower? Because of Trump. When it came time to vote, I think that a lot of voters just went in and said Trump. They recognized the name. So the name recognition paid off. Same thing with Oprah. She puts her brand on something, her name on something, and it flies off the shelves, and it's like instant validator. But these people also take risks for putting their name out there. Obviously, Trump is now probably hated by half or more than half of the country and by a big chunk of the world, but he sticks his name out there. By putting your name out there, you become a celebrity, and fame has many, many downsides. It's better to be anonymous and rich than to be poor and famous, but even famous and rich has a lot of downsides associated with it. You're always in the public eye. So accountability is quite important. When you're working to build a product, or you're working in a team, or you're working in a business, we are constantly drummed into our heads how important it is to be part of a team, and absolutely agree with that. A lot of our training socially is telling us to not stick our necks out of the crowd. There's a saying that I hear from my Australian friends that like the tall poppy gets cut, right? Don't stick your neck out. But I would say that actually a really, really well-functioning team is small and has clear accountability for each of the different portions. Like, so you can say, okay, this person is responsible for building the product. This person is responsible for the messaging. This person is responsible for raising money. This person is responsible for the pricing strategy and maybe the online advertising. So if somebody screws up, you know exactly who's responsible, while at the same time something...
Response. Okay. Okay, let's go. Continue. Regret. Our feeling of sadness or about something sad or wrong or about a mistake that you have made. And I wish that it could have been different and better. And I wish that it could have been different and better. Or feeling of sadness about sadness about a feeling of sadness about something sad or wrong about a mistake that you have made, and I wish that it could have been different and better, and I wish that it could have been have been different and better. Embrace, that is expression, arcading when something fails, arcading, no. British Airways regret to announce the cancellation of flight. Why is this? Why is cancellation? Cancellation. Cancellation. The act of deciding that the act of deciding that deciding that an work-related event will not happen and war of stop and water for something. Many trains are subject to cancellation because of the flooding. What's the meaning of this? The theater tickets were sold. The theater tickets were sold out. So we waited to see. So we waited to see if there were any cancellation. Unwanted return tickets. Okay. Floating. Oh. The act of deciding that an organization event will not happen or stop will not stop or stop and wonder for something. Many trains are subject to cancellation because of the flooding. Many trains are subject to cancellation because of the cancellation. Or situation in which something situation in which something that has been arranged is stopped from happening. The act of deciding that an operation event will not happen and will stop and order for something. Okay, cancellation of flighting BA to Madrid to Madrid. Arcading or something. Arcading or something. Arcading. Arcading are a particular time, especially when something happens or has happened or has when a particular time, especially when something happens or has happened. We met on several occasions to discuss the issue. I've heard him be rude to her on a number of occasions. I seem to remember that on that occasion he was with his wife. Particular time, especially when something happens or has happened. We meet on several occasions to discuss the issue. Several occasions. When something happens, I've heard him be rude to her on a number of occasions. On a number of occasions. On occasion when something files were moved through the air. In flight. Okay, special word for mile. A special word for mile. A special word for mile event. Sarah's party was quite occasion. When something files here. Occasion. And an occasion when something flies. An occasion when something flies or moves through the air. Movement. And an eagle in flight. Suddenly, the whole flock of guests took flight. Started flying. An occasion when something files or moves through the air. Movement. An eagle in flight. Suddenly, the whole flock of geese took flight. Started flying. Modern. Okay. Modern methods. An occasion when something flies. When something flies or moves through the air. An occasion when something. Occasion. A particular time. A a particular time, especially when something happens or especially when something happens or has happened. Especially when something happens or has happened. Especially when something happens or has happened. We met on several. Especially when something happens or I've heard him be rude to her on a number of occasions. I seem to remember that on that occasion he was with his wife. I seem to remember that on that occasion he was with his wife. I seem to remember that on that occasion he was with his wife. In particular for several parties were quite occasion, a particular time, occasion when something 好大的太阳 when something occasion when something files when something files or moves through the air on occasion when something files or moves through the air, so the air moves. Okay. A particular time, especially when something happens or has happened, on occasion when something files or moves through the air, movement. An eagle in flight. An eagle. Shit.
Really well, you also know exactly who's responsible. So if you have a small team and you have clearly delineated responsibilities, then you can still keep a very high level of accountability. And accountability is really important because when something succeeds or fails, if it fails, everybody points fingers at each other, and if it succeeds, everybody steps forward to take credit. And we've all had that experience when we were in school and we got like a group assignment to do, and there were people in there were probably a few people in there who did a lot of the work, and then there were a few people who just did a lot of grandstanding or positioning to do the work. So we're all familiar with this from a childhood sense, but it is uncomfortable to talk about. But clear accountability is important. Without accountability, you don't have incentives. Without accountability, you can't build credibility. But you take risk. So you take risk of failure, you take risk of humiliation, you take risk of failure under your own name, which, luckily in modern society, there's no more debtor's prison and people don't go to jail or get executed for losing other people's money. But we're still socially hardwired to not fail in public under our own names. And the people who have the ability to fail in public under their own names actually gain a lot of power. For example, I'll give a personal anecdote. Up until about 2013, 2014, my public persona was entirely around startups and investing. And only around 2014, 2015 did I start talking about philosophy and psychological things and broader things. And it made me a little nervous because I was doing it under my own name. And there were definitely people in the industry who sent me messages through the back channel like, what are you doing? You're ending your career. This is stupid. And I just went with it. I took a risk. Same with crypto early on. I took a risk. But when you put your name out there, you take a risk with certain things, you also get to reap the rewards. You get the benefits. Accountability is important because that's how you're going to get leverage. That's how you're going to get credibility. It's also how you're going to get equity. You're going to get a piece of the business. When you're negotiating with other people, ultimately, if someone else is making a decision about how to compensate you, that decision will be based on how replaceable you are. And if you have high accountability, that makes you less replaceable, and then they have to give you equity, which is a piece of the upside. But equity itself is a good example because equity is also a risk-based instrument. Equity means you get paid everything after all the people who need guaranteed money are paid back. So if you look at the hierarchy of capital in a company, the employees get paid first. They get to pay the salary first. Like in the legal proceedings, the salaries are sacrosanct. If you are a board member and the company spends too much money and has back salaries to pay, the government will go after you personally to pay back the salaries. So the employees get the most security, but in exchange for that security, they don't have as much upside. Then next in line would be the debt holders, who are maybe the bankers who lent money to the company for operations, and they need to make their fixed coupon every month or every year, but they don't get much more upside beyond that. Now they might be making 5, 10, 15, 20, 25% a year, but that's where their upside is limited to. And then finally are the equity holders, and these people are actually going to get most of the upside. So once the debt holders are paid off and the salaries are paid off, whatever remains goes to them. But if there isn't enough money to pay off the salaries and the debt holders, or if there's just enough to pay off the salary and the debt holders, which is what happens with most businesses most of the times, the equity holders get nothing. So the equity holders take on greater risk, but then they take on, in exchange, they get nearly unlimited upside. And you can do the same with all of your work. So essentially, taking accountability for your actions is the same as taking an equity position in all of your work. You're essentially taking greater downside risk and greater upside risk. But realize that in modern society, the downside risk is not that large. Even personal bankruptcy can wipe the debts clean in good ecosystems. I'm most familiar with Silicon Valley, but generally people will forgive failures as long as you were honest and made a high integrity effort. So there's not really that much to fear in terms of failure. And so people should be taking on a lot more accountability than they actually are.
Is accountability actually fragile, or do you really just mean that we're hardwired not to fail in public, so it just feels like it's a fragile thing?
I think it could actually be fragile. Like, example of accountability is you're an airplane pilot. As a captain, you're taking on accountability for the entire plane. let's say that something goes wrong with the aircraft, you can't later blame it on anyone else. You can't blame it on the steward or the stewardess. You can't blame it on the co-pilot. You're the captain. You're responsible for the ship. And if you screw up, you crash the ship, and there are immediate consequences. In the old days, the captain was expected to go down with the ship. If the ship was sinking, literally the last person who got to get off was the captain. So yeah, I think accountability does come with real risks, but we're talking about in a business context. So the risk here would be that you would probably be the last one to get your capital back out. You'd be the last one to get paid for your time. So, the time that you put in, the capital that you put into the company, these are what are at risk. Even if a business fails and your name's on it, that's not as bad as if it turns out to be an integrity issue. Like your Bernie Madoff, for example, Madoff Investments. That name is never going to be good again in the investment community. You could be Bernie Madoff's great-great-great-grandson. You are not going to go into the investment business because you ruin the family name. So I think these days, the accountability risk with the name happens more around integrity rather than it does around purely economic failure.
The big takeaway for me on accountability is that you will be rewarded directly in proportion with your accountability. I also think this is why people like Taleb rail against CEOs who get rewards without accountability.
Yeah, Taleb's Skin of the Game is required reading if you want to get anywhere in modern life and understand how modern systems work. Then Skin of the Game would be near top of my list to read. But yes, accountability, Skin of the Game, these concepts go very closely hand in hand. I think of accountability as reputational skin of the game. It's putting your personal reputation on the line as skin of the game. Accountability is a simple concept. The only part of accountability that may be a little counterintuitive is that we're currently socially brainwashed to not take on accountability, not in a visible way. But I think there are ways to take on accountability where every member of a team can take on accountability for their portion. And that is how you get a well-functioning team while still putting credits and losses in the correct columns.
So why don't we talk a little bit about leverage? The first tweet in the storm was a famous quote from Archimedes, which was, "Give me a lever long enough and a place to stand, and I will move the earth." The next tweet was, "Fortunes require leverage. Business leverage comes from capital, people, and products with no marginal cost of replication."
Leverage is critical. The reason I stuck an Archimedes quote in there is normally I don't like putting other people's quotes in my Twitter. Like, that doesn't add any value. You can go look up those people's quotes. But this quote I had to put in there because it's just so fundamental. I read it when I was very, very young, and it had a huge impression on me. And we all know what leverage is when we use a seesaw or a lever. We understand how that works physically. But I think what our brains aren't really well evolved to comprehend is how much leverage is possible in modern society and what the newest forms of leverage are. And so the oldest form of leverage is labor, which is people working for you. So instead of me lifting rocks, I can have 10 people lift rocks. And just by my guidance on where the rocks should go, a lot more rocks get moved than I could do myself. Everybody understands this because we're evolved to understand the labor form of leverage.
Occasion when something flies or moves through the air. Eagle in flight. Suddenly the whole flag occasion particular time. Or particular time. Especially when something happens. Occasion particular time. Or particular. Suddenly whole flag. Suddenly the whole flag of the flag group G's took case Suddenly the whole flag of geese took flight. Suddenly the whole flag Okay, a flock of geese took flight. Modern missile. Modern missile. Mother missile. Seals. Mother missile. Most recent modern missile. A flying weapon that is also missile. Influence to the power to have an effect on some people or person that is able to do this. Connection passenger. Okay. Missiles also complete. Okay, completely. Okay, which progress to continue the plan. Accurate. Accurate. 这有点不对 accurate. No. 这不对 accurate. 这个有问题 accurate. Modern missiles are so accurate because their flight is controlled by computer. 基底函数，代数是数学的代数，基础数学我们基础代数数学函数。这个高中数学是有很多的微型、数学复杂题、元复数、方程、几何、三角法。这部分涉及线性、非线性、百分比和概率、费用。代数复习 ，This is great. 方程、线性系统。Accurate， 这份算是让你获取。Reading test， 结构数学。这一题，难度这么题会热，考试题面这个历史。对学生应是必须受生的。排进阅读是 mathematics writing。排进阅读，好像对大部分中国学生来说，题目不是难题，最大的问题是数学单词。这个出现。准备SAT。数学都是中国初中的时候，但是让我们高中背的中国学。很多游戏设计，有意思，有意思。包括指数、生成式、二进程数、进阶数、复顺几何学三角法、直线方程线性、线性、记忆。中国初中的数学，这是要高中毕业的中国学。山西数学是6 Set math in sense computers math book 数学整体性。考这些字都是忘掉。 3 CD。靠上根本公司。Which of the following order appear satisfy all list, including above? In total.语言消费就是每一阶都深陷这里。代数和数学这种能够生产性这种角色。就是科学。OK， volunteered SAT Welcome board volunteers case correct word without any word without any mistake. Accurate. Modern myths are so accurate because their flight is It's controlled by computer. 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 It's controlled. Occasionally, something files were moved through the air movement. An eagle in flight. Suddenly the whole flock group. Miles by miles more. One designed the made and uses the most recent idea and methods. Methods way, the way, it's particular way. Methods. Flock. Group of sheep. Go or bird. Group of sheep. Goats or birds or large group of people. Group of sheep. Group of sheep. Okay. 我之前还没做这个，我之前给打印了。Okay, let's get started.
And so what happens is society overvalues labor as a form of leverage. This is why your parents are impressed when you get a promotion and you have lots of people working underneath you. This is why when a lot of naive people, when you tell them about your company, they'll say how many people work there. They'll use that as a way to establish credibility. They're trying to measure how much leverage and impact you actually have. Or when someone starts a movement, they'll say how many people they have or how big the army is. We just automatically assume that more people is better. But I would argue that this is the worst form of leverage that you could possibly use. Managing other people is incredibly messy. It requires tremendous leadership skills. You're one short hop from a mutiny or getting eaten or torn apart by the mob. It's incredibly competed over. Entire civilizations have been destroyed over this fight. For example, communism, Marxism, is all about the battle between capital and labor, das Kapital and das Labor, right? So it's a trap. So you really want to stay out of labor-based leverage. You want the minimum amount of people working with you that are going to allow you to use the other forms of leverage, which I would argue are much more interesting. The second type of leverage is capital. And this one's a little less hardwired into us because large amounts of money moving around and being saved and being invested in money markets, these are inventions of human beings the last few hundred to few thousand years. They're not evolved with us from hundreds of thousands of years. So we understand them a little bit less well. They probably require more intelligence to use correctly, and the ways in which we use them keep changing. Management skills from 100 years ago might still apply today, but investing in the stock market skills from 100 years ago probably don't apply to the same level today. So capital is a trickier form of leverage to use. It's more modern. It's the one that people have used to get fabulously wealthy in the last century. It's probably been the dominant form of leverage in the last century. And you can see this by who are the richest people. It's bankers, politicians in corrupt countries who print money, essentially people who move large amounts of money around. And if you look at the top of very large companies, outside of technology companies, in many, many large old companies, the CEO job is really a financial job. They're really financial asset managers. Now, sometimes an asset manager can put a pleasant face on it, so you get a Warren Buffett type. But deep down, I think we all dislike capital as a form of leverage because it feels unfair, because it's this invisible thing that can be accumulated and passed across generations, and suddenly seems to result in people having gargantuan amounts of money with nobody else kind of around them or necessarily sharing in it. That said, capital is a powerful form of leverage. It can be converted to labor. It can be converted to other things. It's very surgical, very analytical. If you are a brilliant investor and you have $1 billion and you can make a 30% return with it, whereas anybody else can only make a 20% return, you're going to get all the money and you're going to get paid very handsomely for it. It scales very, very well. If you get good at managing capital, you can manage more and more capital much more easily. You can manage more and more people. So it is a good form of leverage, but the hard part with capital is how do you obtain it? And that's why I talked about specific knowledge and accountability first. If you have specific knowledge in a domain, and if you're accountable and you have a good name in that domain, then people are going to give you capital as a form of leverage that you can use to then go get more capital. So, but capital also is fairly well understood, and I think a lot of the knocks against capitalism come because of the accumulation of capital. The most interesting and the most important form of leverage is this idea of products that have no marginal cost of replication. This is the new form of leverage. This was only invented in the last few hundred years. It got started with the printing press. It accelerated broadcast media, and now it's really blown up with the internet and with code. So now you can multiply your efforts without having to involve other humans and without needing money from other humans. This podcast is a form of leverage. Long ago, I would have had to sit in a lecture hall and lecture each of you personally, and I would have maybe reached a few hundred people, and that would have been that. 30 years ago, I would have to be lucky to get on TV, which is somebody else's leverage. They would have distorted the message. They would have taken the economics out of it or charged me for it. They would have muddled the message, and I would have been lucky to get that form of leverage. But today, thanks to the internet, I can buy a cheap microphone, hook it up to a laptop or an iPad, and there you are, all listening. So this newest form of leverage is where all the new fortunes are made. So all the new billionaires, the last generation fortunes were made by capital. That was the Warren Buffetts of the world. But the new generation fortunes are all made through code or media. Joe Rogan making 50 to 100 million bucks a year from his podcasts. PewDiePie, I don't know how much money he's rolling in, but he's bigger than the news, right? The Fortnite players. Of course, Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg and Larry Page and Sergey Brin and Bill Gates and Steve Jobs. That is all code-based leverage. Now, the beauty is when you combine all of these three. That's where tech startups really excel, where you take just the minimum but highest output labor that you can get, which are engineers and designers, product developers, and then you add in capital. You use that for marketing, advertising, scaling, and you add in lots of code and media and podcasts and content to get it all out there. That is a magic combination, and that's why you see technology startups explode out of nowhere, use massive leverage, and just make huge outsized returns.
Do you want to talk a little bit about permissioned versus permissionless?
Probably the most interesting thing to keep in mind about the new forms of leverage is they are permissionless. They don't require somebody else's permission for you to use them or succeed. For labor leverage, somebody has to decide to follow you. For capital leverage, somebody has to give you money to invest or to turn into a product. But coding, writing books, recording podcasts, tweeting, YouTubing, these kinds of things, these are permissionless. You don't need anyone's permission to do them. And that's why they're very egalitarian. They're great equalizers of leverage. And as much as people may rail on Facebook and YouTube, they're not going to stop using it because this permissionless leverage where everyone can be a broadcaster is just too good. The same way, you can rail upon Apple for having a slightly closed ecosystem in the iPhone, but everyone's writing apps for it. So as long as you can write apps for it, you can get rich or reach users doing that, why not? I think of all the forms of leverage, the best one in modern society, and people are gonna, this is glib, this is a little overused, and this is why I tell people learn to code, right? It's that we have this idea that in the future, there's gonna be these robots, and they're gonna be doing everything. And that may be true, but I would say the majority of the robot revolution has already happened. The robots are already here, and there are way more robots than there are humans. It's just that we pack them in data centers for heat and efficiency reasons. We put them in servers, they're inside the computers.
all the circuits, the robot mind inside that's doing all the work. And so every great software developer, for example, now has an army of robots working for him at nighttime while he or she sleeps after they've written the code, and it's just cranking away. So the robots army is already here. The robot revolution has already happened. We're about halfway through it. We're just adding in much more of the hardware component these days. As we get more familiar, we get more comfortable with the idea of autonomous vehicles and autonomous airplanes and autonomous ships and maybe autonomous trucks and, you know, their delivery bots and Boston Dynamics robots and all that. But robots who are doing web searching for you, for example, are already here. You know, the ones who are like cleaning up your video and audio and transmitting it around the world are already here. The ones who are answering many customer service queries, things that you would have had to call a human for, are already here. So an army of robots is already here. It's very cheaply available, and the bottleneck is just figuring out intelligent and interesting things to do to them. And essentially, you can order this army of robots around. Just the commands have to be issued in a computer language, in the language that they understand. So these robots aren't very smart. They have to be told very precisely what to do and how to do it. So coding is such a great superpower because now you can speak the language of the robot armies and you can tell them what to do.
And I think at this point, actually, people are not only commanding the army of robots within servers through code, they're actually manipulating the movement of trucks, of other people. Just ordering a package on Amazon, you're manipulating the movement of many people and many robots to get a package delivered to you. People are doing the same things to build businesses now. So there's the army of robots within servers, and then there's also an army of actual robots and people that are being manipulated through software.
Labor and capital are much less egalitarian, not just in their inputs, but in their outputs. Let's say that I need something that humans have to provide, like if I want a massage, or if I need like someone to cook my food. The more of a human element there is in providing that service, the less egalitarian it is. Jeff Bezos probably has much better vacations than most of us, right? Because he has lots of humans running around doing whatever he needs to do. But if you look at the output of code and media, Jeff Bezos doesn't get to watch better movies and TV than we do. Jeff Bezos doesn't get to even have a better computing experience. Like Google doesn't give him some premium special Google account where his searches are better. It's the nature of code and media output that the same product is accessible to everybody. And it turns into a positive sum game, where if Jeff Bezos is consuming the same product as 1,000 other people, that product's to be better than the version that Jeff would consume on his own. Whereas with other products, that's not true. If you look at something like buying a Rolex, which is no longer about telling time, it's a signaling tool. It's all about showing off, I have a Rolex. That's a zero-sum game. If everybody in the world's wearing a Rolex, then people don't want to wear Rolexes anymore because they no longer signal. It's canceled out the effect. And so rich people do have an advantage in consuming that product. They'll just price it up till only they can have Rolexes, and then poor people can't have Rolexes, and Rolexes resume their signaling value. But something like watching Netflix or using Google or using Facebook or YouTube, or even, frankly, modern day cars. Like, rich people don't have better cars, they just have weirder cars. You can't drive a Lamborghini on the street at any speed that makes sense for a Lamborghini, so it's actually a worse car on the street. It just turned into a signaling good at that point. Your sweet spot where you want to be is somewhere like a Tesla Model 3 or like a Toyota Corolla. It's an amazing car. A new Toyota Corolla is a really nice car, but because it's mainstream, the technology has amortized the cost of production over the largest number of consumers possible, and the best products tend to be at the center, at the sweet spot, the middle class, rather than being targeted at the upper class. So I think one of the things that we don't necessarily appreciate in modern society is as the forms of leverage have gone from being human-based, labor-based, and being capital-based to being more product and code and media-based, that most of the goods and services that we consume are becoming much more egalitarian in their consumption. Even food is becoming that way. Like, food is becoming cheap and abundant, at least in the first world, too much so to our detriment. Jeff Bezos isn't necessarily eating better food, he's just eating different food, or he's eating like food that's prepared and served theatrically. So it's almost like more of, again, that human element performance. But the labor element out of food production has gone down massively. The capital element has gone down massively. And so even food production itself has become more technology oriented. And so the gap between the haves and the have-nots is getting smaller. So if you care about ethics in wealth creation, it is better to create your wealth using code and media as leverage, because then those products are equally available to everybody, as opposed to trying to create your wealth through labor or capital, because what I'm referring to here is scale economies. technology products and media products have such amazing scale economies that you always want to use the product that is used by the most people. The one that's used by the most people ends up having the largest budget. There's no marginal cost of adding another user, and so with the largest budget, you get the highest quality. So the best TV shows are actually not going to be some obscure ones just made for a few rich people. They're going to be the big budget ones like Game of Thrones or Breaking Bad or Bird Box, where they have massive budgets. They can just use those budgets to get to a certain quality level. And then the rich people, to be different, they have to fly to Sundance and watch a documentary, because you and I aren't going to fly to Sundance because that's something that bored rich people do to show off, and we're not going to watch a documentary because most of them just aren't actually even that good, right? Again, if you're wealthy today, for large classes of things, you spend your money on signaling goods to show other people that you're wealthy, and you try and convert them to status, as opposed to actually consuming the goods for their own sake.
People and capital as a form of leverage have a negative externality, and code and product have a positive externality attached to them, if I was going to sum up your point. I think that capital and labor are also starting to become a little more permissionless, or at least the permissioning is diffuse because of the internet. So instead of labor, we have community now, which is diffused form of labor. For example, Mark Zuckerberg has 1 billion people doing work for him by using Facebook. And instead of going to raise capital from someone who's rich, now we have crowdfunding. So you can raise millions and millions of dollars for a charity, for a health problem, or for a business. You can do it all online. So capital and labor are also becoming permissionless, and you don't need to necessarily do it the old-fashioned way, where you have to go around and ask people for permission to use their money or their time. One more question about leverage. Do you think a choice of business model or a choice of product can also bring a kind of leverage to it? For example, pursuing a business that has network effects, pursuing a business that has brand effects, or other choices of business model that people could manipulate that just give you free leverage?
Yeah, there's some really good microeconomic concepts that are important to understand. One of those is scale economies, which is the more you produce of something, the cheaper it gets to make it. That's something that a lot of businesses have, basic economics 101, and you should try and get into a business where making widget number 12 is cheaper than making widget number 5, and making widget number 10,000 is a lot cheaper than the previous ones. And this builds up an automatic sort of barrier to entry against competition and getting commoditized. So that's an important one. Another one, this is along the same lines, but technology products especially and media products have this great quality where they have zero marginal cost of reproduction. So creating another copy of what you just created is free. So when somebody listens to this podcast or watches a YouTube video about this, it doesn't cost me anything for the next person who shows up. Those zero marginal cost things, they take a while to get going because you make very little money per user, but over time they can really, really add up. So Joe Rogan is working no harder on his current podcast than he was on podcast number 1. But on podcast number 1100, he's making $1 million for the podcast, whereas for the previous one, he probably lost money for the first one. That's an example of zero marginal cost. And then the most subtle but the most important is this idea of network effects. And it comes from computer networking. Bob Metcalfe, who created Ethernet, famously coined Metcalfe's law, which is the value of a network is proportional to the square of the number of nodes in the network. So if a network of size 10 would have a value of 100, a network of a size 100 would have a value of 10,000. It's not just 10x more, it's 100x more because it's a square, so the difference is a square. So you want to be in a network effects business, assuming you're not number 2. If you're number 1 in a network effect business, you win everything. So example, if you look at Facebook, right, your friends and family social networking protocol, who's their competitor? Nobody, because they won everything through network effects. Which is why when people say, well, I can just switch away from Facebook, they don't realize that network effects create natural monopolies. They're very, very powerful things. And one of the dirty secrets of Silicon Valley is that a lot of the winning businesses
claim to say that something is true or is a fact, although you cannot prove it, and other people might not believe it. Might not believe it. the company claim it is not responsible. The company is responsible. To say that something is true or is a fact, although you cannot prove it. Prove it. Not prove it. Prove it to show a particular result after a period. Okay, you cannot prove it. Okay, so although you cannot prove it, to show you cannot prove it. To say that something is true or is a fact, although you cannot prove it, and other people might not believe it. And other people might not believe it. To say that something is true or is a fact. To say that something is true or is a fact, although you cannot prove it, and other people might not believe it. To say that something is true or is a fact, although you cannot prove it, other people might not believe it. Prove it. To show a particular result after a period. To show a particular or length of time. Or period or a period of time to show a particular result. To show a particular result after a period of time. The operation prove it. The operation prove it are complete success. Operation prove it complete success. To prove yourself, to show that you are good at something. You cannot to say that something is to say that something is true or is a fact, although you cannot prove it. To show that something you are good at something. To show that you are good at something. To show although you cannot prove it, and other people might not believe it. The company prove it. To show that something you are. To show that you are good at something. You're good at something. The company claim it is not responsible. The company claim it is not responsible for the pollution. 这哪有没有沟通边界？有点太久了。讲的这沟通没有足够高深，从每个世界都要学会一些，每次每个接触，形态过程。没有的。OK， 我行。Okay, to say heckling. Yes, Jason. To say that something is true or is a fact, although you can prove it, and other people might. The company is responsible. It's not responsible. The company is not responsible. Prove it themselves. So the flying web methods, in particular, way of doing something. No, it's not something less. But in fact, what the world had held particularly he claimed to have made the present, but I don't believe it. But I don't believe he will all parties have claimed success in yesterday's election. Responsible duty. Okay, responsible for is not duty for pushing the river. The company claims it is. The company claims. The company claim to say that something is true or is fact. The company claims is not responsible. The company claims it is not responsible for the pollution in the river. He claims to have made the present. He claims. To say that something is true or is a fact. To say something is true or is a fact, although you cannot prove it, or although you can prove it, and other people might not believe it. Like. Okay, and the company claim it is not. Okay, not this claim. Okay. The company claim. The company claim. The company claim. Claim. The company claim. The company claim to say that something is true. Something is true. Something is true or is fact. Even something is true. Okay. Fact. The company claim. The company claim it is not responsible for the pollution in the river. They claim. They claim. They claim to have met the president. To say that something is true or is a fact. Another fact. He claimed to have met the president, but I don't believe it. I don't believe him. Our parties have claimed success in yesterday's election. Our parties have claimed. Responsible. Claim. Our parties have claimed success in election. Parties our party has claimed success. Has claimed success yesterday election. Claimed to say that something is true, or even though you cannot prove it. Prove it. Although you cannot prove it. Prove it. I don't understand this. Message flag group away. To show a particular result after period of time or length of time, or period of time, or to show a particular result. To show that you something clean. In fact, the company claims. The company claims. He claimed, you claimed to have met the president, but I don't. But believe it, president. The company committee is not responsible for the pollution in the river. Our parties have claimed success. Our parties have claimed success in yesterday's election. An unknown terrorist group has claimed responsibility for this morning bomb attack. For this morning bomb attack. If our organization or group, okay, unknown terrorist, unknown terrorist, terrorist group had claimed responsibility for this morning's bomb attack. if I'm working this, if I'm working this work group claims a particular claims a particular number of members. If I work this work group claims a particular member of numbers, the number of people are believed to belong to it. If I'm working this, if I'm working this work group claims a particular number of members, particular special particular number special. Then say particular special, or this and not any other. Particular. If an organization or group claims a particular number of members, and that number of people are believed to belong to ask for something. Okay. Particular. If I'm working. If I'm working in this, working. If I'm working in this, if I'm working this work group claims a particular member of claims a particular number of members. That number of people are believed to belong to it. The number of people are believed to belong to it. To be in the right place or suitable place. To be in the right place or suitable place. To feel happy or comfortable. Belong. To be in the right place or to feel that you are in the right place. So, no, relations. Relate. Belong. Suitable, balance is in right place or suitable place. Okay, belong, suitable place. Okay, if I'm working this, if I'm working this, if I'm working this work group claims a particular number of members. That number of people are believed to belong to it. To belong to it. If I'm working this, if I'm working if an organization or group claims a particular number of members, that number of people are believed to belong to it. To ask for something of value because you think it is belongs to you, or because you to be in the right place, to be in the right place, to be in the right place, or suitable place, or to be in the right place, or a suitable place. Okay, a suitable place. To ask for something of value because you think it belongs to you, or because you think you have a right to it. Have to right it. Demand. The palace. Please. The police said that if no one claims the watch, you can keep it. To ask for something of value because you think it belongs to the right place. You think it belongs to you, or because you think you have a right to it. You have a right to it. Demand. Request. To ask for something force. To ask for force means in a way that you do not expect to be refused. Expect. Unexpected. Think. To think or believe something will happen, or someone will arrive. Think. To think or believe. To think or believe. To think or believe something will happen, or someone will arrive. Expect. To ask for something forcefully. To ask for something forcefully in a way that shows that you do not expect. Not expect to be refused. Request. To ask for something forced in a way that shows that you do not expect to refuse. Demanding yourself. It is demanding of several persons this year. He has always demanded the highest standards. Standards of behavior from the children. And where do you think you're going? Demand the place of it. And where do you think you're going? Demand the place office. Demand the place. And where do you think you are going? You know what that show that you not expect. You know what that show that demanding request to ask for something first. You know what that shows that you do not expect to refuse. The police said that if no one claims they watch, you can keep it. The police said that if no one claims they watch, you can keep it. To ask for something of value because you think it belongs to you, or because you think you have a right to it. The police said that if no one claims they watch, you can keep it. When King Richard III dead, Henry for dead. Okay. Demand to ask for something forcefully. To ask for something forcefully. Refused. Let me say, to say that something you will not do, or you will not expect something. Refused. To say that something you will do. And you do not to be refused. You know that show that you do not expect something normal and what usually happen. To be expected. Normal and what usually happens. Normal, demanding, pregnant, expect. To think or believe something will happen or someone will arrive. Someone arrived. Particulars. Arrived. Demand to ask something. Well, that shows that you do not expect to be refused. You do not to be refused. Refuse. To say that you will not do or expect something. To say that you will not do or accept something. To say that you will not do or accept something. To say that you will not do or expect something. He asked me to give him another none, but I refused. He asked me to give him another no one, but I refused. To say that you do not refuse. To say that you will not do. To say that he asked. He's in trouble, but he refused. No. He's in trouble, but he refused. His refusal. But he refused all help. He's in trouble, but he refused I'll help. On old morning, the car always refused. On old morning, the car always refused. The local council refused him planning permission to building an extra bedroom. To build an extra bedroom. Okay, demand in the president. Swimming catcher. Throw. To make a right demand. To make a right demand for money. To make a right money demand. Demanding. Request. Don't say something forced. To make a right demand for money from right demand for money. For money from government. Ask for something first. To write a writing demand for money from the government or working in this. A group of people. Look at this.
Organization.
Working in this.
Organization.
Working in this.
Working in this.
Working in this. Working in this.
Organization.
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 Working in this. Working in this. Or working in this. Or working Organization.
Organization.
Working this. Working this. Our government or this our government work at this because you think you have a right to it. You right to it. To make a right demand. To make a right and demand for money from a government or this because you think you have a right to it. our government organization because you think okay you have read it organization okay to make a rent demanding for money from our government
organization,
organization okay I'm working this I'm working
organization,
organization. Okay. Yes. Today. So, organization. Okay. Well, I work on organization. I work on blockchain organization. Okay. But 2 years. But now I create myself. Unit job. Maybe we can talk about that. Because you think you have read it. The number of people claiming. Number of claiming. Okay.
End up speaking English and Chinese. China is closed off on the internet, but the internet itself is a great leveler, and people who want to communicate on the internet are forced to speak English because the largest community of people on the internet speaks English. I always feel bad for my colleagues who grew up speaking foreign languages in foreign countries because you don't have access to so many books. So many books just haven't been translated into other languages. So if you only spoke French or you only spoke German or you only spoke Hindi, for example, you would be at a severe disadvantage in a technical education. Invariably, if you go and get a technical education, you have to learn English just because you have to read these books that have this data that has not been translated. So languages are probably the oldest example of network effect. Money is another example. We should all probably be using the same money, except for the fact that geographic and regulatory boundaries have created these artificial islands of money. But even then, the world tends to use a single currency as the reserve currency at most times, currently the US dollar. So network effects are a very powerful concept. When you're picking a business model, it's a really good idea to pick a model where you can benefit from network effects, low marginal costs, and scale economies. And these tend to go together. Like anything that has zero marginal cost of production obviously has scale economies, and things that have zero marginal cost of reproduction very often tend to have network effects because it doesn't cost you anything more to stamp out the thing, so then you can just create little hooks for users to add value to each other. So you should always be thinking about how your users, your customers, can add value to each other, because that is the ultimate form of leverage. You're on the beach in the Bahamas, or you're sleeping at night, and your customers are adding value to each other. The tweet storm is very abstract. It's deliberately meant to be broadly applicable to all kinds of different domains and disciplines and time periods and places. But sometimes it's hard to work without concrete example. So let's just go concrete for a minute. Look at the real estate business. You could start at the bottom. Let's say you're a day laborer. You come in, you fix people's houses. Someone orders you around, tells you break that piece of rock, sand that piece of wood, put that thing over there. There's just all these menial jobs that go on a construction site. If you're working one of those jobs, unless you're a skilled trade, like say a carpenter or electrician, you don't really have specific knowledge. And even carpenter or electrician is not that specific because other people can be trained how to do it, so you can be replaced. So you get paid your 15, 20, 25, 50, if you're really lucky, $75 an hour, that's about it. You don't have any leverage other than from the tools that you're using. So if you're driving a bulldozer, that's better than doing it with your hands. So day labor in India makes a lot less because they have no tool leverage. You don't have much accountability. You're a faceless cog in the construction crew, and the owner of the house or the buyer of the house doesn't know or care that you worked on it. One step up from that, you might have a contractor, like a general contractor, who someone hires to come and fix and repair and build up their house. That general contractor is taking accountability, they're taking responsibility. So now, if let's say they got paid $250,000 for the job, sorry, I'm using Bay Area prices, so maybe I'll go rest of the world prices, $100,000 for the job to fix up a house, and it actually costs the general contractor, all said and done, $70,000. Well, that contractor is going to pocket that remaining 30. So they got the upside, they got the equity, but they're also taking accountability and risk. So if the project runs over and there's losses, then they eat the losses. But you see, just the accountability gives them some form of additional potential income. And then they also have labor leverage because they have a bunch of people working for them. But it probably tops out right there. You can go one level above that and you can look at a property developer. This might be someone who is a contractor who did a bunch of houses, did a really good job, then decided to go into business for themselves, and they go around looking for beaten down properties that have potential. They buy them, they either raise money from investors, they're fronted themselves, they fix the place up, and then they sell it for twice what they bought it for. Maybe they only put in 20% more, so it's a healthy profit. So now a developer like that takes on more accountability, has more risk, they have more specific knowledge because now you have to know which neighborhoods are worth buying in, which lots are actually good and which lots are bad, what makes or breaks a specific property. You have to imagine the finished house that's going to be there even when the property itself might look really bad right now. So there's more specific knowledge, there's more accountability and risk, and now you also have capital leverage because you're also putting money into the project. But conceivably, you could buy, a piece of land or a broken down house for $200,000 and turn it into $1 million mansion and pocket all the difference. One level beyond that might be a famous architect or a developer, where just having your name on a property because you've done so many great properties increases its value. One level up from that, you might be a person who decides, well, I understand real estate and I now know enough of the dynamics of real estate that rather than just build and flip my own properties or improve my own properties, I'm going to be a massive developer. I'm going to build entire communities. Another person might say, I like that leverage, but I don't want to manage all these people. I want to do it more through capital, so I'm going to start a real estate investment trust. And that requires specific knowledge, not just about investing in real estate and building real estate, but also requires specific knowledge about the financial markets, the capital markets, and how real estate trusts operate. One level beyond that might be somebody who says, actually, I want to bring the maximum leverage to bear in this market and the maximum specific knowledge. And so that person would say, well, I understand real estate, and I understand everything from basic housing construction to building properties and selling them to how real estate markets move and thrive. And I also understand the technology business. So I understand how to recruit developers, how to write code, and how to build good product. And I understand how to raise money from venture capitalists and how to return it and how all of that works. And obviously not a single person may know this. You may pull a team together to do it where each have different skill sets. But that combined entity would have specific knowledge in technology and in real estate. It would have massive accountability because that company's name would be a very high risk, high reward effort attached to the whole thing. And people would devote their lives to it, take on significant risk, and then it would have leverage in code with lots of developers. It would have capital with investors putting money in and the founders own capital, and it would have labor of some of the highest quality labor that you can find, which is high quality engineers and designers and marketers who are working on the company. And then you may end up with a Trulia or a Redfin or a Zillow kind of company, and then the upside could potentially be in the billions of dollars or the hundreds of millions of dollars. So as you layer in more and more kinds of knowledge that can only be gained on the job and aren't common knowledge, and you layer in more and more accountability and risk-taking, and you layer in more and more great people working on it, and more capital on it, and more code and media on it, you keep expanding the scope of the opportunity, all the way from the day laborer who might just literally be scrapping on the ground with their hands, all the way up to somebody who started a real estate tech company and then took it public.
We spoke about specific knowledge, we talked about accountability, we talked about leverage. The last skill that Naval talks about in his tweet storm is judgment, where he says that leverage is a force multiplier for your judgment.
We are now living in an age of nearly infinite leverage, and all the great fortunes are created through leverage. So your first job is to go and obtain leverage, and you can obtain leverage through permission by taking risks and getting people to work for you, or by raising capital, or you can get leverage permissionlessly by learning how to code or becoming a good communicator in podcasting, broadcasting, creating videos, writing, etc. So that's how you get leverage. But once you have leverage, what do you do with it? Well, the first part of your career is spent hustling to get leverage. Once you have the leverage, then you want to slow down a bit because your judgment really matters. It's like you've gone from steering your sailboat around to now you're steering an ocean liner or a tanker. You have a lot more at risk, but you have a lot more to gain as well. You're carrying a much higher payload. So in an age of infinite leverage, judgment becomes the most important skill. Warren Buffett is so wealthy now because of his judgment. Even if you were to take away all of Warren's money, tomorrow investors would come out of the woodwork and hand him $100 billion because they know his judgment is so good, and they would give him a big chunk of that $100 billion to invest. So ultimately, everything else that you do is actually setting you up to apply your judgment. One of the big things that people rail on is CEO pay, and for sure there's crony capitalism that goes on where these CEOs control their boards and the boards give them too much money. But there's certain CEOs who definitely earn their keep because their judgment is better. If you're steering a big ship, if you're steering Google or Apple, and your judgment is 10 or 20% better than the next person's, society will literally pay you hundreds of millions of dollars more because you're steering a $100 billion ship. If you're on course 10 or 20% of the time more often than the other person, the compounding results on that hundreds of billions of dollars you're managing will be so large that your CEO pay will be dwarfed in comparison. So demonstrated judgment, credibility around the judgment is so critical. Warren Buffett wins here because he has massive credibility. He's been highly accountable. He's been right over and over in the public domain. He's built a reputation for very high integrity, so you can trust him. So a person like that, people will throw infinite leverage behind him because of his judgment. Nobody asks him how hard he works. Nobody asks him when he wakes up or when he goes to sleep. Did like Warren, just do your thing. So especially demonstrated judgment with high accountability, clear track record is critical.
Let's define judgment. I would define it as knowing the long-term effects of your decisions, or being able to predict the long-term effects of your decisions.
It's funny, my definition of wisdom is knowing the long-term consequences of your actions. So they're not all that different. Wisdom is just judgment on a personal domain. Wisdom applied to external problems, I think, is judgment. So they're highly linked. But yes, it's knowing the long-term consequences of your actions and then making kind of the right decision to capitalize on that. Judgment is very hard to build up. This is where both intellect and experience come in play. There are many problems with the so-called intellectuals in the ivory tower, but one of the reasons why Nassim Taleb rails against them is because they have no skin in the game, they have no real-world experience, right? So they just apply purely intellect. And intellect without any experience is often worse than useless, because you get the confidence that the intellect gives you, and you get some of the credibility, but because you had no skin in the game and you had no real experience and no real accountability, you're just throwing darts. The real world is always far, far more complex than we can intellectualize. And especially all the interesting, fast-moving edge domains and problems, you can't get there without experience. So if you are smart and you iterate fast, so it's not even you put 10,000 hours into something, but you take 10,000 tries at something. If you are smart and you have a lot of quick iterations and you try to keep your emotions out of it, the people with the best judgment are actually among the least emotional. A lot of the best investors are considered almost robotic in that regard, but I would be surprised if even the best entrepreneurs often come across as unemotional. There is this archetype of the passionate entrepreneur, and yeah, they have to care about what they're doing, but they also have to see very clearly what's actually happening. And the thing that prevents you from seeing what's actually happening are your emotions. Our emotions are constantly clouding our judgment. And in investing, or in running companies, or in building products, or being an entrepreneur, emotions really get in the way. Emotions are what prevent you from seeing what's actually happening until you can no longer resist the truth of what's happening, until it becomes too sudden, and then you're forced into suffering, which is a breaking of this emotional fantasy that you had put together.
To try and connect some of these concepts, I would say that first, you're accountable for your judgment. Judgment is the exercise of wisdom. Wisdom comes from experience, and that experience can be accelerated through short iterations.
And the reason why a lot of the top investors, a lot of the value investors, if you read Jeremy Grantham or you read Warren Buffett, you read about Michael Burry, these people sound like philosophers, or they are philosophers, or they're reading a lot of history books or science books. But what are they doing? Shouldn't they be reading investment books? No, investment books are the worst place to learn about investment, because investment is a real world activity that is highly multivariate. All the advantages are always being competed away. It's always on the cutting edge. So what you actually just need is very, very broad-based judgment thinking. And the best way to do that is to study everything, including a lot of philosophy. And philosophy also makes you more stoic, makes you less emotional, and so you make better decisions, you have better judgment. One simple thing is I go out on Twitter, and it seems like half of Twitter is outrageous something at all times. You can go within someone's Twitter feed and get at least some semblance of what it must be like to be in their head all the time. And the more outraged somebody is, I guarantee you, the worse their judgment is. If someone's constantly tweeting political outrage and seems like an angry person getting into fights, you don't want to hand this person the keys to your car, let alone the keys to your company.
So we covered the skills that you need to get rich. That was specific knowledge, accountability, leverage, judgment, and lifelong learning. Let's talk a little bit about the importance of working hard and valuing your time.
So no one is going to value you more than you value yourself. So you just have to set a very high personal hourly rate, and you have to stick to it. So even since when I was young, I just decided that I was worth a lot more than the market thought I was worth, but I started treating myself that way. So always factor your time into every decision. How much time does it take? Oh, it's going to take me an hour to get across town to get this thing. Well, I value myself at $100 an hour. That's throwing $100 out of my pocket. Am I going to do that? You buy something from Amazon, they screwed it up, you have to return it. Is it worth your time to return it? Is it worth the mental hassle? Keep in mind that you have less work hours, you have less mentally high output hours. Do you want to use them to run errands and solve little problems, or do you want to save them for the big stuff? All the great scientists were terrible at managing their household life. None of them had a clean, organized room, or made all their social events on time or sent their thank you cards. You can spend your life however you want, but if you want to get rich, it has to be your number one overwhelming desire, which means that it has to come before anything else, which means you can't be penny pinching. This is what people don't understand. You can penny pinch your way to the basic sustenance. You can keep your expenses low, maybe retire early, and not spend too much, and that's perfectly valid. But we're here to talk about wealth creation. And if you're going to do that, then that has to be your number one overwhelming priority. So fast forward to your wealthy self and pick some intermediate hourly rate. For me, believe it or not, back when you could have hired me, which now obviously you can't, but back when you could have hired me, and this was true a decade ago or even 2 decades ago before I had any real money, my hourly rate, I used to say to myself over and over, is $5,000 an hour. Today, when I look back, really it was about $1,000 an hour. And of course, I still ended up doing stupid things like arguing with the electrician or returning the broken speaker, but I shouldn't. And I did it a lot less than any of my friends would. And I would make a theatrical show out of throwing something in the trash pile or giving it to Salvation Army rather than trying to return it, or handing something to people rather than trying to fix it. I would argue with my girlfriends, and even today to my wife, like, I don't do that. That's not a problem that I solve. I still argue that with my mother when she hands me like little to-dos. I just don't do that. I would rather hire you an assistant. And this was true even when I didn't have money. Another way of thinking about something is that if you can outsource something, or not do something for less than your hourly rate, outsource it or don't do it. So if you can hire someone to do it for less than your hourly rate, hire them. That even includes things like cooking. Now, you may want to eat your healthy home-cooked meals, but if you can outsource it, do that instead. And I know some people will say, well, what about the joy of life, and what about getting it right just your way? Sure, you can do that, but you're not going to be wealthy, because now you've made something else a priority. Paul Graham said it pretty well for Y Combinator startups. He said you should be working on your product and getting product market fit, and you should be exercising and eating healthy. Like, that's about it. That's kind of all you have time for while you're on this mission. So set a very high hourly aspirational rate for yourself and stick to it. And it should seem and feel absurdly high. If it doesn't, it's not high enough. And whatever you picked, my advice to you would be raise it. Like I said, for myself, even before I had money, for the longest time, I used $5,000 an hour. And if you extrapolate that out into what looks like an annual salary, it's multiple millions of dollars per year. Ironically, I actually think I've beaten it. When I look back, because I'm not the hardest working person, I'm actually kind of a lazy person. So I work through bursts of energy where I'm really motivated with something. So if I actually look at how much I've earned per actual hour that I've put in, it's probably quite a bit higher than that. Let's talk about hard work. There's this battle that happens on Twitter a lot between should you work harder and should you not. Like David Hauser's on there saying, it's like you're slave driving people, and Keith Rabois is always on there saying, like, no, all the great founders work their fingers to the bone. And they're talking past each other. First of all, they're talking about two different things. David is talking about employees in a lifestyle business, which is fine. Your number one thing in life, if you're doing that, is not getting wealthy. You have a job, you also have your family, you also have your life. But Keith is talking about the Olympics of startups. He's talking about the person going for the gold medal and trying to build a multi-billion-dollar public company. That person has to get everything right. They have to have great judgment, they have to pick the right thing to work on, they have to recruit the right team, and they have to work crazy hard because they're basically engaged in a competitive sprint. So if getting wealthy is your goal, you are going to have to work as hard as you can. But hard work is absolutely no substitute for who you work with and what you work on. What you work on is probably the most important thing. Finding product market founder fit, to expand on Mark Andreessen's definition, he came up with product market fit, but I would add product market founder fit, which is how well you are personally suited to that business. The combination of that three, that should be your overwhelming goal. And you can save yourself a lot of time if you pick the right area to work in. Picking the right people to work with is the next most important piece. And then third comes how hard you work. But they're like three legs of a stool. If you shortchange in any one of them, the whole stool is going to fall down. So it's not like you can pick one over the other that easily. So the order of operations when you're building a business is, or even building your career, is first figure out what should I be doing? What is something where there is a market that is emerging, there's a product that I can build that I'm excited to work on, and something where I have specific knowledge and I'm really into it. And then second, surround yourself with the best people possible. And no matter how high your bar is, raise your bar. Because you can never be working with other people who are great enough. If there's someone greater out there to work with, you should go work with them. I advise a lot of people who are looking at which startup to join in Silicon Valley, I say basically pick the one that's going to have the best alumni network for you in the future. Look at the PayPal mafia. They worked with a bunch of geniuses, so they all got rich. So just try and pick based on the highest intelligence, energy, and integrity people that you can find. And then finally, once you've picked the right thing to work on and the right people to work with, then you work as hard as you can. This is where the mythology gets a little crazy. People work 80, 120-hour weeks. A lot of that's just status signaling. It's showing off. Nobody really works 80 to 120 hours a week sustained at high output with mental clarity. Your brain breaks down. You just won't have good ideas. So really the way people tend to work most effectively, especially in knowledge work, is they sprint as hard as they can while they're working on something and they're inspired and they're passionate, and then they rest, they take long breaks. It's more like a lion hunting and much less like a marathon runner running. So you sprint, then you rest, you reassess, and then you try again. And what you end up doing is you end up building a marathon of sprints. Nivi just made the point to me on the side that inspiration is perishable, which is a very good point. When you have your inspiration, do it right then and there. This happens to me a lot with my tweet storms. I've actually come up with a whole bunch of additional tweet storms besides the ones that are already out there, but sometimes I just hesitate or I just pause and then it just dies. And what I've learned is if I'm inspired to write a blog post or to publish a tweet storm, I should probably do it right away. Otherwise, it's not going to get out there. I won't come back to it. So inspiration is a beautiful and powerful thing, and when you have it, just seize it. So people talk about impatience. When do you know to be impatient? When do you know to be patient? My glib tweet on this was impatience with actions and patience with results. And I think that's actually a good philosophy for life. Anything you have to do, just get it done. Why wait? You're not getting any younger. Your life is slipping away. You don't want to spend it waiting in line. You don't want to spend it traveling back and forth. You don't want to spend it doing things that you know ultimately aren't part of your mission. And when you do them, you want to do them as quickly as you can while you do them well with your full attention. But then you just have to give up on the results. You have to be patient with the results because you're dealing with complex systems, you're dealing with lots of people. It takes a long time for markets to adopt products. It takes time for people to get comfortable working with each other. It takes time for great products to emerge as you polish away. So impatience with actions, patience with results. And as Nidhi said, inspiration is perishable. So when you have inspiration, act on it right then and there. If I have a problem that I discover in one of my businesses that needs to be solved, I won't sleep until at least the resolution is in motion. And this is just a personal feeling, but if I'm on the board of a company, I'll call the CEO. If I'm running the company, I'll call my reports. If I'm responsible, I'll get on there right then and there and solve it. If I don't solve a problem the moment it happens, or I don't start moving towards solving it the moment it happens, I have no peace, I have no rest, I have no happiness until that problem is solved. So solve it as quickly as possible. I literally won't sleep until it's solved. Maybe that's a personal characteristic, but it's worked out well in the business. We squander our time with the death of 1,000 cuts. So another tweet I had was, you should be too busy to do coffee while still keeping an uncluttered calendar. People who know me know that I'm famous for simultaneously doing two things. One is having a very clean calendar. I have almost no meetings on it, and there are people that I meet with when they see my calendar, they almost weep. While at the same time, I am busy all the time. I'm always doing something. And it's usually quote-unquote work-related, but it is whatever the highest impact thing is that needs to be done at that time and that I'm most interested and inspired about. But the only way to do that is to constantly, ruthlessly decline meetings. People want to do coffee and build relationships, and that's fine early in your career when you're still exploring, but later in your career when you're exploiting and there are more things coming at you than you have time for, you have to ruthlessly cut meetings out of your life. If someone wants to do a meeting, see if you can do it with a phone call instead. If they want to do a phone call, see if they can do it with an email instead. If they want to do it with email, see if they can do it with a text message instead. If they're text messaging, you should probably be ignoring most text messages unless they're true emergencies. So one has to be utterly ruthless about dodging meetings. When you do meetings, do walking meetings, do standing meetings, keep them short, keep them actionable, keep them small. Any meeting with 8 people sitting at a conference table, nothing is getting done in that meeting. You're literally just dying 1 hour at a time.
Doing coffee reminds me of an old quote, I think, from Steve Jobs when they asked him, hey, why doesn't Apple come to conventions? Or why don't you come to my convention? And his response was, well, then because we wouldn't be here working.
Yeah, I used to have a tough time turning people down for meetings, but now I just tell them outright. I just say, look, I don't do non-transactional meetings. I don't do meetings without a strict agenda. I don't do meetings unless we absolutely have to. Nidhi used to do this. He would email people when they would ask Nidhi and I for a meeting, a coffee meeting, get to know you. He would say, you don't do meetings unless it's life and death urgent. And then that person has to respond, yeah, it's life and death urgent, or there's no meeting. When you have something important or something valuable, other busy, interesting people will meet with you. Your calling card has to be, hey, here's what I've done, here's what I can show you.
Okay, let's get started. Reflect, wonder, consider, to ask you something, to ask yourself, request, wonder. Should you parents will be wonder. Question. Passenger. Failure. Force. Access. Proof. No. Part. Particular. Special or this one and another. Respect. Demand. Organization. Okay. To ask something about you, why? Because you think belongs to you. Belongs to you because you think have a right to it. Demand can reach to make right of demand to for money, government, or organization because you think you have a right to it. A number of people claiming employment benefits. employment. There were a number of people claiming employment benefits. Benefits. Okay, let me see. Benefits. Benefits. Fed. Employment Pre-employment has insurance this month. Okay, the number of people claiming that okay. Care sick leave, personally paid retirement plan, life insurance. OK， 我就明白了，这是职场福利，我选一金吧。这职场福利就是员工福利。Paid vacation leave, fitness, virtual care, retirement plan, life insurance, employee benefits, child care, health员工体检 insurance 健康保险 OK 健康保险 child care sick leave personal leave paid vacation leave fitness virgin care virgin care retirement plan life insurance 生活保险健康保险 dental insurance dental insurance personal leave sick paid vacation leave benefits employee benefits benefits employment benefits many given by the government to people who need financial help, for example, because they do not have a job. Okay, money given 救济 Okay, just money given by the government. Okay, money given people who need our financial help, for example, because they do not have a job. Employment okay had risen too much sharply. If you were to say that you demand enough to be in the right place or suitable place, raise. Okay, raise. Rise. To move up. to move up, share, quickly and suddenly, quickly and suddenly, move up, raise, move up, raise, rise, rhythm, sharply. This month. Don't forget to clean your travel expenses. The number of people claiming unemployment benefits has risen sharply this month. Don't forget to claim your travel expenses after the interview. Don't forget to claim your travel expense. Don't forget to claim your travel expense after the interview. Don't forget to claim your travel expenses after the interview. When my bag was stolen, I claimed on an health insurance. Okay, let me see. My bag was stolen. Kiosk. Insurance. Yeah, no. Insurance. Okay, now this. Insurance. Insurance. Okay, insurance. insurance, on the insurance, on the insurance, and the insurance and the insurance and get and the insurance and get and get and get and get insurance. When my bag was stolen, I claimed on the insurance and got 150 back. If the store won't, if the store won't, if the store won't, if the store won't give, you won't even give it, won't. Reads. Move on.
Won't.
Walnut, short form of verb. Walnut. Won't. Okay, stolen. Cling on employment benefits. Government. Sharply benefits. Give some because they don't have a job. Because they don't have a job. Money gave. Okay, the people are claiming employment. Okay, claiming. The people are claiming employment benefits. Employment. Okay. Okay. The number of people claiming employment benefits had risen sharply this month. Don't forget to claim. Don't forget to claim your traveling expenses after the interview. After the interview, when my bag was stolen, I claimed on the insurance and got 150 back. If the store won't give, store won't. If they won't give. Give me replacement. Maybe I'll claim my back. I'll claim my money back. Okay, now I'm claiming my money back. Demand request to ask for something forcefully in a way that show you to ask something demand. He has always demanded to send energy. Request to ask for something forced in a way that shows that you do not expect to be resolved. Demand. What is? Demand. demand, and demand, difficult thing the difficult thing that you have to do. Request, or strong request, or strong request, or strong request, strong request. Demand, replace, demand. Demand, have to ask for something of value because you think belongs to you, or because you think you have a right to it. Demand. That means said that if no one claims their watch, you can keep it. When King Richard III died, Henry IV claimed the English through to make a right strong request, to make a right and demand for money from a government or organization because you think you have a right to it. Have a right to it. The number of people claiming employment benefits had risen sharply this month. Move up quickly and sudden this month. Don't forget to claim your traveling expenses after the interview. When my bag was stolen, I claimed on the insurance and got 150 back. If this store won't give me a replacement TV, I'll claim my money back. I'll claim my money back. If this store won't give me a replacement TV, I'll claim my money back. Cramp or sudden pain tightening the muscle. Okay, let's cramp. 是no tight tightening the activity and limiting the activity metallic bench all left jump Nemo Donald Trump的现实 Donald Trump give me a shit Donald Trump 的现实并在前行在后不记着OK， 如果你用你根本就用 Q 写出要先写，因为你在现实写成 Q 写，是不是？样子。Number decreasing.这个叫我的什么要什么？OK， 张标张这个吗 ？OK， 这个标张。这个标张，笑死！为什么是这种问题？叫我这从 标章。加个标章，就用中文的形式，证标证 ceremony 这个男子证。name 还有什么 winning check mark check 标章 OK 我觉得这个挺重要的标章5.4 OK the word or tending what's meaning of this? The activity of limits the amount of money that people and the company are able to borrow and spend, for example, or by rates. Tending. What's that in pay for tending your mouse? What's this? Oh shit. The activity of limiting the amount of money that people and the company are able to borrow or spend. For example, by increase interest rates. There is pressure on the bank. The action of making a rule. The action of making a rule system or no stronger and more difficult to ignore. The activity of limits the amount of money that people company are able to borrow or spend. For example, by increasing tightening up, or suddenly pay for tightening, Okay. Or suddenly pay for tightening in muscle. You suddenly pay for in muscle. Okay, this is muscle. Okay, suddenly pay for. 真的教了啥没有 ？Tightening up, also tightening up. Or create tight. This improves on back England to increase piece of money tight. Piece of mentor limited amount of people company and able to borrow and spend. For example, just rate. Tidy. Oh. 抗衰老。Okay. This. Oh my god, tidy. Tidy. The activity of limits activity of limits the amount of money that people and company are able to borrow or spend. For example, by increasing interest rates. Yield. Okay, our sudden paper crab yield. Okay, our sudden paper tightening in our muscle after a lot of exercise. After a lot of exercise, then limits movement. Several runners needed treatment. Several runners needed treatment. Then limits movement. Crab or sudden movement. Or sudden painful tightening in muscle often after a lot of exercise. Then limits movement. Several runners needed treatment. Several runners needed treatment for crab and exhaustion. I have a crab in my foot. I have a crab in my foot. I have a crab in my foot. Foot in my foot. I have a crab. I have a crab in my foot. I have a crab in my foot. Stomach crabs. I have a crab in my foot. I have a crab in my foot. I have a crab in my foot. A stomach crab. I have a crab in my foot. Several runners needed treatment. Several runners needed treatment for cramp and exhaustion. Several runners needed treatment for cramp. Several runners needed treatment for cramp and exhaustion. Several runners needed treatment for cramp and exhaustion. Treatment for cramp and for treatment for cramp and exhaustion. Well, okay. sharp quickening sound. Quickening sound. Exhaust.
Exhaustion. Exhaustion. Exhaustion.
Don't worry. Let me see.
Exhaustion.
Exhaustion.
我感觉这是一个松。cheese, peach,
exhaustion. 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 Exhaustion.
Exhaustion. Okay, exhausting. I have a crab in my foot. I have a crab in my foot. So exhausting. Okay, exhaustion.
Exhaustion.
Exhaustion is statement. Okay, that's this state of being extremely tired. For one of the treatment for cramp and exhaustion, stomach cramp, pains in the lower stomach. Stomach pains in the lower stomach are caused by a woman's period. Pains in the lower stomach are caused by a woman's period. She took some medicine. Pains in the lower stomach. Pains in the lower stomach caused by a woman's period. Okay. She took some medicine for her crabs. Pains in the lower stomach caused by a woman's. Sense. Convenient. Pains in the lower stomach caused by a woman's period. Pains in the lower stomach caused by a woman's period. Pains in the lower stomach caused by a woman's period. Pains in the lower stomach caused by a woman's period. Pains in the lower stomach caused by a woman's period. Okay, pains in the lower stomach caused. Pains in the lower stomach caused by a woman's period. Okay. The more sensitive. Pains in the lower stomach caused by a woman's period. Pains in the lower stomach caused by a woman's period. She took some medicine for her crabs. She took some medicine for her crab. She took some medicine for her crab. Pains in the lower stomach caused by a woman's period. She took some medicine for her crabs. Verb to limit some, especially to prevent. Verb to limit someone, especially to prevent them from enjoying or full time. To limit someone, especially to prevent them from enjoying a full time. Worry and neck have money crap and the knives of the employed. Okay, to limit someone, especially to prevent them from enjoying or fault. Pains in the lower stomach caused by a woman's period. She took some medicine for her crabs. To limit someone, especially to prevent them from enjoying a full time. Worry and neck of money crap. Worry and neck of money crap. The nerves of the unemployed. Worry and neck of money crap. They benefit. Worry and neck of money crap. The knives of the unemployed. Worry and neck of money crap. The knives of prevent. A woman's period. Woman's crap. 探听 hunting, the activity of money, the amount of money, activity of limited the amount of money that people are able to borrow and spend. And for the feeling of being so certain that small exists for passengers wonder, question, access too much amount of money more than accept to expect, waited for, believe or to not, believed to be going to extra, fact, okay, prove it, show, responsible something, duty, to be responsible for some of something, okay, prove it, missiles, or flying weapon that has its own engine so that a flying weapon that has its own engine so that it can travel a long distance before exploding at the place that it has been aimed at. A missile tracks on the capital reserved at any object that is through with the intention of cause injury or damage. To name someone, especially to prevent them from enjoying a full time worry and lack of money cramp the nerves of the unemployed, okay, worry and lack prevent. To stop something from from happening or someone, okay, to stop something from happening or someone from doing something, okay, never to stop something from happening, okay, to stop something from happening, okay, to name someone, especially to prevent for enjoying a full time worry and lack of money grab the lives of the unemployed. Worry and lack of money grab the lives of the unemployed. To name someone, especially to prevent them from enjoying our full time worry and lack of money grab. grab the knives, grab the knives of the unemployed. Okay, unemployed. To limit someone, especially to prevent them from enjoying our full-time war and lack of money, grab the knives of the unemployed. War and lack of money, grab the knives of employed. Okay. To stop something from happening, to limit someone, especially to prevent them from enjoying our food. Worry and neck. Neck of money, crap, the lives of the employee. Neck. Neck. To not have or not. To not have or not have enough of something that is needed or wanted. Just to not have or not have. To not have or not have enough. To not have or not have enough something that needed or you wanted. Okay, the fact that something is not able to or is not enough. Okay, worry and worry and lack of 需求 just like just neck worry and neck worry number driven to think about problem or nature things. Worry. Okay, it says worry. Worry and lack of money. Worry and lack of money, crap. Worry and lack of money, crap. Worry and lack of money, cramp. Worry and lack of money, crap. The knives of the unemployed. Unemployed, or and lack of money, crap, the lives of the unemployed. Worry and lack of money, crap, the lives of the unemployed. To limit someone, especially to prevent them from enjoying our full time. Worry and lack. or and lack of money, or and lack of money crap the lives of the unemployed. Worry and lack of money crap the lives of the unemployed. To limit someone, especially to prevent them from enjoying to limit someone, especially to prevent them from enjoying probably you become happy or friends. Not have or in fact that something is not valuable or that there is not enough. The only problem is like her only problem. Her only problem is a lack of confidence. To limit someone, especially to prevent. To limit someone, especially to prevent them from enjoying a full time. Worry and lack of money crap that they lives. Worry and lack of money crap the lives of the unemployed to limit someone, especially to prevent. To limit someone, especially to limit someone, especially to prevent. To limit someone, especially to prevent them from enjoying a full time. To limit someone, especially to prevent them from enjoying our food. Like need. The condition of not having any or enough of something, especially necessary or wanted, or lack of it, or a lack of money, a lack of money. To limit someone, especially to prevent them from enjoy for a full time. Worry and lack of money. Crap. The knives of the unemployed. Cramp. Pains in the lower stomach caused by a woman's period. She took some medicine for her cramps. Okay. Worry and lack of money. Crabs, the nerves of the employed. That's our stress. Okay. 先把它找好，准备下课。不行，我们这太多了。
Let's meet and I'll be respectful of your time if this is useful to you. And I find that there are very busy, important people who will take your meeting, but you have to come with a proper calling card. All the people who tweet and who email famous or rich people saying, hey, if I could just get one meeting with you, and they're vague about it, they're not going to get anywhere in life. You have to build up the credibility. When, for example, an investor in the tech business, in the venture business, looks at a startup, the first thing they want to see is they want to see some evidence of product progress. They don't just want to even see a slide deck, they want to see product progress. Because the product progress is the resume for the entrepreneur. It is the unshakable, unfakeable resume. So you have to do the work. To use a crypto analogy, you have to have proof of work. If you have proof of work and you truly have something interesting, then you shouldn't hesitate to put it together in an email and send it to somebody. But even then, when you're asking for a meeting, you want to be super actionable about it. But I would say even the other side, even if you yourself haven't made it yet, if you think you're going to make it by going out and networking and doing a whole bunch of meetings, you're probably incorrect. Yes, networking can be important early in your career. And yes, you can get serendipitous with meetings, but the odds are pretty low. And as we spent time talking about earlier, when you are just meeting people and hoping to get that lucky break, you're relying on type 1 luck, which is blind luck, and type 2 luck, which is hustle luck. But what you're not getting is type 3 or type 4 luck, which are the better kinds, where you spend time developing a reputation, working on something, developing a unique point of view, and being able to spot opportunities that others can't. A busy calendar and a busy mind will destroy your ability to do great things in this world. If you want to be able to do great things, whether you're a musician or whether you are an entrepreneur or whether you're an investor, you need free time and you need a free mind.
We just finished talking about the importance of working hard and valuing your time. Next, there's a few tweets on the topic of working for the long term. The first tweet is, become the best in the world at what you do. Keep redefining what you do until this is true.
If you really want to get paid in this world, you want to be number one at whatever it is that you're doing. And it can be niche, that's the point. It can literally be you're getting paid for just being you. You know, at this point, some of the more successful people in the world are that way. Oprah gets paid for being Oprah. Joe Rogan gets paid for being Joe Rogan. And they're being authentic to themselves. So what this tweet is trying to say simultaneously is that you want to be number one, but you want to keep changing what you do until you're number one. You can't just pick something arbitrary. You can't say, I'm going to be the fastest runner in the world, and now you got to beat Usain Bolt. That's too hard of a problem. But what you can do is you can keep changing what your objective is until it arrives to your specific knowledge, your skill sets, your position, your capabilities, your location, your interests, and then converges to making you number one. So when you're searching for what to do, you actually have two different foci that you have to keep in mind at all points. And one of those is, I want to be the best at what I do. And the second is, what I do is flexible so that I am the best at it. Until you arrive at a comfortable place where you're like, yes, this is something I can be amazing at while still being authentic to who I am. And this is not going to be an overnight discovery. It's going to be a long journey, but at least you know how to think about it. The most important thing for a company is to find product market fit. I would say the most important thing for an entrepreneur is to find founder product market fit, where you are naturally inclined to build the right product which has a market. And that's a three-focus problem, which is you got to make all three of those work at once. If you want to be successful in life, you just have to get comfortable managing multivariate problems, multiple objective functions at once. And this is one of those cases where you have to map at least 2 or 3 at once.
This reminds me of your tweet about escaping competition through authenticity. It sounds like part of this is a search for who you are.
It's both a search and a recognition. Because sometimes when we search our egos, we want to be something that we aren't. And our friends and family are better at telling us actually who we are. Or looking back at what we've done is a better indicator of who we are. Peter Thiel talks a lot about how competition is besides the point. It's counterproductive. We're highly mimetic creatures. We copy what everybody else is doing around us. We copy our desires from them. Everyone around me is a great artist. I want to be an artist. If everyone around me is a great business person, I want to be a business person. Everybody around me is a social activist. I want to be a social activist. That's where my self-esteem will come from. You have to be a little careful when you get caught up in these status games that you end up competing over things that aren't worth competing over. So Peter Thiel talks about how he was going to be a law clerk because he was in law school and everybody around him wanted to be a law clerk for a Supreme Court justice or some famous judge, and he got rejected, and that's what made him go into business. So it helped him break out of a lesser game into a greater game. So sometimes you just get trapped in the wrong game because you're competing. And the best way to escape competition, to get away from the specter of competition, which is not just stressful and nerve-wracking, but will often drive you to just the wrong answer. The way to escape competition is to just be authentic to yourself. If you are fundamentally building and marketing something that is just an extension of who you are, no one can compete with you on that. Who's going to compete with Joe Rogan or Scott Adams? It's impossible. Is somebody else going to come along and write a better Dilbert? No. Is someone going to compete with Bill Watterson and create a better Calvin and Hobbes? No. They're being authentic. This is easiest to see in art. Artists are, by definition, all naturally authentic. But even entrepreneurs are authentic. Who's going to be Elon Musk? Who's going to be Jack Dorsey? These people are authentic, and the businesses and products they create are authentic to their desires and their needs. If somebody else came along and started launching rockets, I don't think it would phase Elon one bit. He's still going to get to Mars because that's his mission. You know, insane as it seems, that's the one he set for himself, and he's going to accomplish it. So authenticity naturally gets you away from competition. It doesn't mean that you necessarily want to be authentic to the point where there's no product market fit. It may turn out you're the best juggler on a unicycle, but maybe there just isn't that much of a market for that even with YouTube videos. So you got to adjust that somehow until you find product market fit, but at least lean towards authenticity, towards getting away from competition, and competition automatically leads towards copycatting and often towards just playing completely the wrong game. Especially in entrepreneurship, the masses are never right. If you see a lot of people tweeting about what a great market to enter is, or you see journalists talking about a company is terrible, they don't know anything. If the masses knew how to build great things and create great wealth, we'd all already be done. We'd all already be rich by now. So in a sense, when you see a lot of competition, sometimes that indicates to you that the masses are already here, so it's already competed over too much and there's nothing here, or it's in the wrong trend to begin with. On the other hand, if it's completely empty, if the whole market is empty and no one's there, that can also be a warning indicator that you've gone too authentic and not enough on the product market fit part of founder product market fit. So there's a balance, you have to find it. But generally, most people will make the mistake of paying too much attention to the competition and being too much like the competition and not being authentic enough. And the great founders tend to be authentic iconoclasts.
I hate to bring up the Scott Adams skill stack one more time, but I'll still bring it up. Do you think one way of getting to authenticity is not necessarily adding some random skills that you think might be important, but just really finding 5 or 6 various skills that you already authentically do and just stacking them on top of each other, and not even in any purposeful way? If you are expressing who you are, you're going to be expressing all these little 5 or 6 different skills anyway.
That's really where life is going to lead you anyway. Long term, if you are good and successful at what you do, you will find that whatever your hobbies were, you're almost doing them for a living. As Robert Frost said, combine your vocation and your avocation, what you love to do and what you do. So I think you'll find yourself there anyway. And you're right about the skill stack, and that everyone's got multiple skills. We aren't all one-dimensional creatures, even though that's how we have to portray ourselves in our online profiles to get employed. You meet somebody and they say, I'm a banker, or I'm a bartender, or I'm a barber, or what have you, all the B's. But people are multivariate. They have a lot of skills. One banker might be good at finance, another one might be good at sales, a third one might be just good at macroeconomic trends and have a feel for the markets. Another one might be really good at picking individual stocks. Another one might just be good at maintaining relationships rather than selling new relationships. So everyone's going to have their various niches, and you're going to have multiple niches. It's not going to be just one. So over time, you will find, as you go through your career, both you will gravitate toward the things that you're good at, which by definition are almost the things you enjoy doing, otherwise you wouldn't be good at them, you wouldn't have put in the time. And other people will push you towards the things that you're good at, because your smart bosses and your smart coworkers and your smart investors will realize, okay, you're really world-class in this thing, and you recruit somebody else for that other thing. So ideally, you want to end up specializing in being you.
I think when you're being authentic, you don't really mind competition that much. yeah, it pisses you off and it inspires some fear and jealousy and all the other emotions that come along with it. But also, you don't really mind because you're more oriented towards the goal and the mission. And worst case, you get some ideas from them. And there's often ways to work with the competition in a positive way. And it ends up increasing the size of the market for you.
Yeah, sometimes it depends on the nature of the business. Silicon Valley tech industry businesses tend to be winner take all, at least the good ones. And so when you see competition, it can make you fly into a rage because it really does endanger everything you've built. Whereas if I was opening a restaurant and a more interesting version of the same restaurant opens up in a different town, that's fantastic. I'm just going to lift from them what's working and drop what I can see that they have already figured out is not working. So it does depend to some extent on the nature of the business. That said, even the businesses that seem like that they're often in direct competition really aren't. They can end up adjacent or slightly different. You're one step away from a completely different business, and sometimes you need to take that one step, and you're not going to be able to take it if you're busy fighting over a booby prize. Kind of, you're playing a stupid game and you're going to win a stupid prize. It's not obvious right now because you're blinded by competition, but 3 years from now it'll be obvious. To give a simple example, when I was first starting companies, one of my first ones was called Epinions, which was an online product review site for all the products out there that was independent of Amazon. And that space eventually turned into TripAdvisor and Yelp, which is where we should have gone. We should have done more local reviews because there's more value to having a review of a scarce item like in the local restaurant than there is of an item like a camera, which is going to have 1,000 reviews on Amazon. But before we could get there, we got caught up in the whole comparison shopping game. And so we ended up merging with Deal Time, and we competed with MySimon and BizRate, which became Shopzilla, and Price Grabber and NextTag, and a whole bunch of these price comparison engines. And we're all caught in fierce competition with each other, and that whole space went to zero because it turns out Amazon won e-tail completely. So there was no need for price comparison. Everyone just went to Amazon. But we got the booby prize because we were caught in the competition with a bunch of our peers, when really we should have been looking at what the consumer really wanted and being authentic to ourselves, which was reviews and not price comparison, and gone more and more into more and more esoteric items that needed to be reviewed where customers had less and less data and wanted reviews more badly. So if we'd stayed authentic to ourselves, we would have done better.
We're still talking about working for the long term. The next tweet on that topic is apply specific knowledge with leverage, and eventually you will get what you deserve. I would also add to that, apply judgment, apply accountability, and apply the skill of reading.
This one is just a glib way of saying that it takes time. Even once you have all of these pieces in place, there is an indeterminate amount of time that you're going to have to put in. And if you're counting, you will run out of patience before it actually arrives. So you just have to make sure that you give these things a proper time. Life is long. Charlie Munger had some line on this. Somebody asked him about making money, and he reinterpreted that. He said what the questioner is actually asking is, how do I get rich like you but faster before I end up as a really old guy? And everybody wants it immediately, but the world is an efficient place. Immediate doesn't work. You do have to put in the time, you do have to put in the hours. And so I think you just have to put yourself in the position with the specific knowledge, with the accountability, with the leverage, with the authentic skill set that you have to be the best in the world at what you do. And then you have to enjoy it and just keep doing it and keep doing it and keep doing it, and don't keep track and don't keep count. Because if you do, you will run out of time. I can look back at my career and the people 2 decades ago that I had identified as brilliant and hardworking but hadn't thought much more about it, they're all successful now, almost without exception. On a long enough time scale, you do get paid, but it can easily be 10 or 20 years. Sometimes it's 5, and if it's 5 or 3 and a friend of yours got there, it can drive you insane. But those are exceptions, and for every winner, there's multiple failures. One thing that's important in entrepreneurship is you just have to be right once. You get many, many shots on goal. You can take a shot on goal every 3 to 5 years, maybe every 10 at the slowest, or once every year at the fastest, depending on how you're iterating with startups. But you really only have to be right once.
My little equation is that your eventual outcome will be equal to something like the distinctiveness of your specific knowledge times how much leverage you can apply to that knowledge times how often your judgment is correct times how singularly accountable you are for the outcome times how much society values what you're doing. And then you compound all of that with how long you can keep doing it and how long you can keep improving it through reading and learning.
That's actually a really good way to summarize it. It's probably worth even trying to sketch that equation out. That said, people will try.
Okay. Ibsen. Okay, phrase. A word or a phrase. Rory and the next money crab. Okay, crap. Unemployed. A word or phrase that describes. A word or phrase. That describes. A word or phrase that describes an action, condition. Like describes online X. A word or phrase that describes action, teaching, or experience. experience. Knowledge. Okay, experience condition. Phrase work is to action condition. Experience. The words wrong. The words wrong. Okay. And fail. All verbs. Snowpoke. Someone especially or child who is working or doing something too snowy. Snowbooks. Verb. Employed. Unemployed. Worry and like Minecraft. They knives. Worry and like Minecraft. They knives of the unemployed. Worry and like Minecraft. The lives of the unemployed. Word or phrase that describes an action, condition, or experience. The words wrong, keep, and fill are verbs. Snowpoke. Someone especially a child who is walking. Who is someone especially a child who is walking. Someone especially a child who is walking or doing something too snowy. Impression. An ideal opinion of what something or someone is like. I don't get much of expression. Impression of the place because it was dark when we drove through it. What was your impression of Charlotte's husband? I don't tend to trust the first impressions. I don't tend. Tend to be likely to behave in a particular way. Likely. I do not think that. Likely. Well, or have a particular characteristic. To be likely to behave. Okay, tend to be likely to behave. Tend to likely to behave in a particular way, in a particular way. I don't tend to trust first impression. Their opinion you form when you met someone or something for the first time. To begin says to begin to exist, or to make something begin to exist. Okay, to begin to exist. The opinion is exist when you met someone. To begin to exist. The opinion you form to begin to exist, to make something begin to exist. Okay, the opinion you form to begin to exist when you met someone or something for the first time. Why first? Why first? When I first met him, I got the impression. When I first met someone. When I first met him, I got the impression. When I first met him, I got the impression that he was very shy, sort of people. I was very shy, short group of people. Friends. Short. That was her shy. Then he was a shy sort of person. I was a shy sort of person. Be under the impression to think that something is true, especially when it is not. I was under the impression be under the impression to think that something is the truth. Okay. To think that something is true, special. To think that something is true. To think that something is true, especially when it is not. Okay, to under the impression. I think that something is true, but especially when it is not. I was under the impression you didn't get along too well. I was under the impression you didn't get along too well. For examples, you get a false impression. You get a false impression. How? False, wrong. Like wrong. You get 就下去了。You get a false impression of the town if you only visit the university, you get a false impression of the town if you what is it? Okay, you'll get a false. You'll get a false. You'll get a false impression of the town if you only visit the university town. False. My general from next. My general come involve your relative to most or all people, things or places, especially when these are considered as a unit. The general feeling is that justice. The general feeling is that justice. The general feeling is that justice was not served. General feeling that involve or related to most or all people, things or places, especially when these are considered as a unit. The general involve or related to most or all people, things or places, especially when these are considered as a unit. The general opinion is that justice was not served. There is general considered about about reason usually or the most situation. Okay. Yeah, return comment. His helpfulness what made revise. His helpfulness made me revise. Revise. That. Revise. Refuse to say that means miss. To say that you will not do or expect. Revise. To change, to look at or consider, working in an idea, piece of writing, to look at or consider, working on an idea, to look at or consider, working an idea, piece of writing, in order to correct or improve it. They will now. Change. To look at or consider again. Consider again. To look or consider at a piece of writing. So consider again. To spend time and think about the possible or make a decision. Consider. I consider about or consider wonder. Let me think. Wonder. Consider. Question. Ask yourself. Do you know about feeling or strong? Question to think about, and then something to question. Think about and something to stop it. Wait. Wonder. Great. Surprise. Our group sort of wonder to ask yourself question or experience or wish to know about. Consider possibility to spend time thinking about or possibility or making a decision. Don't make any decisions before you consider the situation. Have considered to spend time. Okay, to spend time thinking about or possibility or making or about or making a decision. To spend time thinking about a possibility or make a decision. Make a decision. They way. I was on the areas. Okay. Helpful. Helpfulness. Raise. Consider. Okay. Raise. Change to look at or consider again an idea. Consider again. And my first. Okay. First. My region.
Original. Impression of time. You don't want to keep the impression that we are not interested. I was under the erroneous. You don't want to keep in. Communicate to express the thought, feeling, or idea so that it is understood by other people. To express a thought, feeling, or idea so that it is understood by other people. Next to okay. You don't want to communicate. Convey. You don't want to convey. You don't want to convey. Okay, convey. You don't want to convey. You don't want to convey. You don't want to convey the impression that we're not interested. You don't want to convey the impression. You don't want to keep the impression that will not improve. His help today has made me revise original impression. Okay. Kevin, you don't want Kevin
To express your thought, feeling, either or understood by, or either so that is understood by other people. Communication. You don't want to give something to someone. Please give it, or is practical. Relators. I was on the erroneous. I was under the erroneous. I was under the erroneous. I was under the erroneous impression that they were married. I was under the erroneous. I was under the erroneous. I was under the erroneous impression that they were married. They were married. Okay. I was under the erroneous impression that they were married. Now, the way that something seems, looks, or feels to a particular person, or to express or thought arrangement first made exists since the beginning, or being the earliest form of something. Wrong or false. I was under the impression that they under the press. I was under the erroneous impression that they were married. I was under the erroneous impression that they were married. They were that something seems, looks, or feels. Or feelings. Or feelings to a particular person. They were that something seems, looks, or feelings to
particular person. They with something same looks or feeling to a particular person. They with something same looks or feelings to a particular person. I was under the erroneous impression that they were married. They were something same looks or feelings to a particular person. It makes give a very bad impression if you are late for an interview. He next to give. He next to give. He next to give. He next to give the impression he's terribly popular. He next to give the impression. He next to give the impression he's terribly popular and has not of friends and has not of friends. Okay. I was under the erroneous impression that they were married. They were something same looks or feelings to a to or feeling to a particular person. Or feel to a particular person. It makes give great or bad impression. Okay, they were something same looks at from precursors individual. He was not impression terribly popular. Next to give the impression he's terribly popular and has not friends. That's all, and has not. More examples, it's important to create a good impression when you met her new client. She made a very favor. Okay, favor. To do something, make a decision to someone like. Favor. Error. Erroneous. Sort. Okay, new client, business, customer, like customer, favor,
favorable, 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 favorable,
impressions, plans, favor. Showing that you like, or making support or approval of someone or something. Showing that you like, or we had our approval. Showing that you like, or approval of someone or something. We have had responsible to the plan so far. We made our very favor. She made okay, she made she made a very favor. She made a very favorable impression on us. In his Joey Pearson made indelible impression on it. Indelible, favorable, indelible impression, nasty. Did you any of teacher make a nasty impression? Nasty made a. Okay. Mark. I guess Mark. And deliver. Did you have teacher? Deliver. Favorable. Show that you like or approve of someone or something. Deliver. Deliver mark or substance impossible removed by washing or in other way. Double mark. Impossible to remove by washing or by any other method. Possible to remove by washing or by any other method. Impossible to remove by washing or by any other methods. Indelible mark. Made an indelible impression on it. Last. Nasty.
Lasting.
Nasty. Okay, continue to exist. Continue nasty. Okay. Oh, did you any of your teachers make a nasty impression? Continue to exist for a long time or forever? Or a long time. Okay, did you any of forever? Long time. Continuing to exist for a long time or forever. Long time or forever. Long time or forever. She made a very favorable impression on us in his 20 years working for the company. In his 20 years working for the company, Joe Pearson made an indelible impression on it. Okay. Did any of your teachers made a nasty impression on you? Did any of your teachers made a nasty impression on you? Attempt at copy. Attempt at copy. Attempt at copying another. Attempt and copy, attempt lasting impression. What's the meaning of this? Lasting, forever. Continuing to exist for a long time. Continuing. Consider. To the next. Attempt to try to do something special, something difficult. To try something. Or an attempt at copying another person's manner. What's meaning on speech? Manner. Person's manner. Person's manner on speech. Manner. We. An attempt. Trying to do something, especially something difficult. Attempt at copying another person's manner and speech. Sort type, a group of things that same type, or they were than share similar quality. Type. No. Type. Consider. Attempt. Manner. The way in which something is done. Okay. The way in which something is done. Manner. This mainly style of something. Her latest movie is suspense thriller, very much in the manner of Hitchcock. Speech, especially in order to make a knife. Okay. Attempt at copying another person's speech. Person's speech. Manner. Start at me in the academic. He was elected in the normal manner. Attempt. Attempt at copying another person's manner and speech, especially in order to make people laugh. So that the running good impression of the president. trying to do something because especially that something difficult. attempt an attempt at capturing another person's manner and speech, especially in order to make people laugh. She does a really good impression of the president. A mark made on the surface. A mark made on the surface of something by pressing an object onto it. A mark made on the surface of something by pressing an object onto it. Mark made on the surface. A mark made on the surface of something by pressing object. By pressing. Attempt to press. Neck. To not enough neck. 4. To begin with, to make something with dieting. Press. Adjective word needed to be aired out with the immediate. Press important. No, percentage of number said in recording. Important racket. Or needing to be without emailed. Dealt. Important. Argent. Important, very important, and needing the attention immediate. Now and without waiting, our think or think. Immediately, we really add to new immediate. The purpose of meeting and abstract, close to something or somewhere, distance or time. Look at the word needing to use. No time. No. Present. Mark made on surface or something by pressing press an object onto it. Okay. A mark made. A mark made on the surface. Okay, a mark made on the surface of something by pressing an object onto it. There were impressions around her ankles ankles. Ankles. There were impressions around her ankles made by the tops of her sock. Ankles made by the tops of her ankles. Okay, tops. No. Object onto it. Press on object. Press out. And press an object onto it. A mark on the surface. A mark on the surface. A mark made on the surface. A mark made on the surface of something by pressing an object onto it. A mark made on the surface of something by pressing an object onto it. There were impressions around her ankles made by the tops of her socks. A mark. Don't tend to be likely. Don't tend to trust first impression. The opinion you form when you met someone or something for the first time. A mark made on the surface. A mark made on the surface of something by pressing an object by pressing an object onto it. There were impressions around her ankles. There were impressions around her ankles made by the tops of her socks. All the copy. Present. Urgent were needing to be dealt with immediate. Okay. Or a large number of recording produced on the produced at one time. Present. Gentlemen, there were impressions around mark. Important to deal with immediate. Important word needing to be present in two house. Present issue. The most impressive question is what do we next? Present. No time. Near to deal with no time. time. Art. Okay. Equal. Spider landed on her panel, and she screamed. Okay, to try or something. Encyclopedia. What do you like? Printed tops. Her ankles made by the tops of her socks. 我可以做一些兴趣。根据 tips 能达到每秒处理。研发投入将发表什么开发费？
高铁，我笑了。我真的笑了。这个。这个字。Okay, let me see.
To then apply mathematics to what is really philosophy. So I've seen this happen in the past where I say one thing and then I say another thing that seems contradictory if you treat it as a math equation, but it's obviously in a different context. And then people will say, well, you say that desire is suffering, the Buddha's saying, and then you say that all greatness comes from suffering, so does that mean all greatness comes from desire? It's like, well, this isn't math, people. You can't just start carrying variables around and forming absolute logical outputs. You have to know when to apply things. So I think that is very useful to understand, but at the same time, one can't get too analytical about it. It's what a physicist would call false precision. When you take two made-up estimates and you multiply them together and then you get 4 degrees of precision, those decimal points don't actually count. You don't have that data, you don't have that knowledge. In a model, the more estimated variables you have, the greater the error in the model. So just adding more and more complexity to your decision-making process actually gets you a worse answer. You're better off just picking the single biggest thing or two. For example, what am I really good at according to observation and according to people that I trust, that the market values? Like that alone, those two variables alone are probably good enough. Because if you're good at it, you'll keep it up. And if you're good at it, you'll develop the judgment. And if you're good at it and you like to do it, eventually people will give you the resources and you won't be afraid to take on accountability. So all the other pieces will fall into place. Product market fit is inevitable if you're doing something you love to do and the market wants it.
Regarding the guy that gets rich in 5 years, one of the tweets that you had on the cutting room floor was avoid people who got rich quickly. They're just giving you their winning lottery ticket numbers.
This is generally true of advice anyway, which is it's back to the Scott Adams systems, not goals. If you ask a specific person what worked for them, very often it's just like they're reading out the exact set of things that work for them, which may not be applicable for you. They're just reading your winning lottery ticket numbers. It's a little glib. There is something to be learned from them, but you can't just take their exact circumstance and map it onto yours. The best founders I know, they listen and read to everyone, but then they ignore everybody, and they make up their own mind. They have their own internal model of how to apply things to their situation, and they do not hesitate to discard information. If you survey enough people, all the advice will cancel to zero. So you do have to have your own point of view, and when something is sent your way, you have to very quickly decide, is that true? Is that true outside of the context of what that person applied it in? Is it true in my context?
Okay. They separate front part of our large vehicle, such as the truck, bus, or train, in which they drive seats. Okay, cab. They separate front part or a large vehicle, such as a truck, bus, or train, in which you drive seats. Screen. To grab road seats and then loudly and usually on a high note, especially because of strong emotions such as fear, excitement or anger, excitement or anger. A spider landed on her Hino and she screamed. Through the smoke, the through the smoke, the rescuers could hear people screaming for help. The rescuers, okay, through the smoke, the rescuers could hear people screaming for help. He was screaming in pain and begging for anesthetic. He was screaming in pain and begging for aesthetic. He screamed the laughter at her jokes. Ken screamed the warning. Ken screamed the warning, telling people to get out of the way. Mr. Brawl screamed at Joe for dropping the test tube. Dropping the test tube. Mr. Brown screamed. Mr. Brown screamed at Joe. Mr. Graham screamed at Joe for dropping the test. Mr. Brown dropped. Mr. Brown screamed. Mrs. Brown screamed at Joe for the dropping test tube. Okay, Mr. Brown screamed at Joe for dropping the test tube. The test tube. I've never found screaming at my staff. I've never found screaming at my staff. I've never found screaming at my staff to be very effective. A mistake I consider. I've never found screaming at my staff to be very effective. I've never found screaming at my staff to be very effective. I wish you were dead. I wish you were dead. She screamed. I've never found screaming at my staff to be very effective. I've never found screaming and shouting angrily angry. I've never found screaming, shouting. I've never found screaming at my staff to be very effective. I've never found screaming. I've never found screaming at my staff to be very effective. I've never found screaming. I've never found screaming, shouting. I've never found screaming. I've never found screaming at my staff. I've never found screaming. I've never found screaming at my staff to be very effective. To be very effective. I've never found screaming at my staff to be very effective. I've never found screaming.
And then, do I want to apply it? You have to reject most advice, but you have to listen to and read enough of it to know what to reject and what to accept. Even in this podcast, you should examine everything. If something does not feel true to you, put it down, set it aside. If too many things seem untrue, delete this podcast.
I think the most dangerous part of taking advice is that the person that gave it to you is not going to be around to tell you when it doesn't apply any longer.
Yeah, I view the purpose of advice as a little different than most people. I just view it as helping me have anecdotes and maxims that I can then later recall when I have my own direct experience and say, that's what that person meant. 90% of my tweets are actually just maxims that I carve for myself that are then little mental hooks to remind me when I'm in that situation again, like, oh, I'm the one who tweeted, if you can't see yourself working with someone for life, then don't work with them for a day. So as soon as I know that this person is not going to be someone that I'm going to be working with 10 years from now, then I have to start extricating myself from that relationship, or just not investing that much more effort into it. So I use my tweets and other people's tweets as maxims that help compress my own learnings and be able to recall them. You know, the brain space is finite. You have finite neurons. So you can almost think of these as pointers, addresses, mnemonics to help you remember deep-seated principles where you have the underlying experience to back it up. If you don't have the underlying experience, then it just reads like a collection of quotes. It's like, it's cool, it's inspirational for a moment, maybe make a nice poster out of it, but then you forget it and move on. So all of these are really just compact ways for you to recall your own knowledge.
The last tweet on the topic of working for the long term is that when you're finally wealthy, you'll realize that it wasn't what you were seeking in the first place. But that's for another day.
That's a multi-hour topic in of itself. First of all, I just thought it was a really clever way to end the whole thing, because it disarms a whole set of people who'd say, well, what's the point of getting rich? Because there are a lot of people who just like the status signal, virtue signal against the idea of wealth creation or making money. So it was just a good way to disarm all of them. But it's also true in that the things that you really want in life, yes, money will solve all your money problems, but it doesn't get you everywhere. The first thing you'll realize when you've made a bunch of money is that you're still the same person. If you're happy, you're happy. If you're unhappy, you're unhappy. If you're calm and fulfilled and peaceful, you're still that same person. I know lots of very rich people who are extremely out of shape. I know lots of rich people who have really bad family lives. I know lots of rich people who are internally a mess. So I would lean on another tweet that I put out, which is actually, when I think back on it, I think it's my favorite tweet of mine. It's not necessarily the most insightful, it's not necessarily the most helpful, it's not even the one I think about the most, but I just, when I look at it, there's just such a certain truth in there that it just resonates. And that is that a calm mind, a fit body, and a house full of love. These things cannot be bought, they must be earned. Even if you have all the money in the world, you can't have those three things. Jeff Bezos still has to work out, he still has to work in his marriage or whatever his next relationship is, and his internal mental state is still going to be very much not controlled by external events. It's going to be based on how calm and peaceful he's inside. So I think those three things, your health, your mental health, and your close relationships, are things that you have to cultivate and can probably bring you a lot more peace and happiness than any amount of money ever will. So that's what I meant. Now, how to get there is actually a tweet storm that I still need to put out. I've been working on it. I have probably 100 tweets on it. It's just very hard to say anything on the topic without getting attacked from 50 different directions, especially these days on Twitter. So I've been hesitant to do it because I want to target it for a very specific kind of person. There's a bunch of people who don't believe that working on your internal state is useful. They're too focused on the external. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. They should do that, and that's how to get rich tweet storm is for. There's a bunch of people who believe that the only thing worth working on is complete liberation, like you become the Buddha, and they'll attack anything in the middle as being useless. That's fine too, but most people aren't there. So what I want to do is to create a tweet storm that is just very practical advice for everyday people who want to have a calmer internal state. Just a set of understanding, rules.
Okay, no, all this. I've never found the screen. I've never found screaming. I've never found screaming at my staff to be very effective. I've never found screaming. I've never found screaming at my staff to be very effective. I've never found screaming at my staff. I've never found screaming at my staff to be very effective. I've never found screaming at my staff to be very effective. I wish you were dead. She screamed, shouted, angry. I wish you were dead. She screamed, shouted, angry. I wish you were dead. She screamed. I wish you were dead. She screamed, shouted, angry. I tried to apologize. I tried to apologize, but she just screamed. She screamed, abused her. Okay. I wish you were dead. I've never found screaming at my staff to be very effective. I wish you were dead. She screamed, shouted, angry. I tried to apologize. But she just screamed. But he just screamed, abuse or abuse. I wish you were dead. She screamed. I wish you were dead. She screamed. Shouted, angry. I've never found screaming at my staff. I've never found screaming at my staff to be very effective. I had you for dropping the test tube. For tested tube. I've never found screaming and the shouting. I've never found screaming and shouting. I've never found screaming at my staff to be very effective. I wish you were dead. She screamed. tried to apologize. I tried to apologize, but he just screamed abuse at me. Abuse. Angry. From abuse. Review. To exist. From to begin to exist, or make something begin to exist. Abuse, to use something for the wrong purpose in a way that is harmful or harmful. Use wrongly. Let me stop to be more effective. I'm not fun screaming. I wish you were dead. 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 She screamed, shouted angrily. I tried to apologize, but she just screaming abuse at me. Treated was wrong. Speak rudely. Took. If I tried to apologize, but just screamed abuse at me. I tried to apologize, but he just screamed abuse at me. Yeah. I've never found screaming. I've never found screaming at my staff to be very effective. I wish you are dead. I wish you are dead. Died. I wish you are dead. She screamed. Dead 和 died 什么区别
Dad.
Yeah. Dead. Die. I wish you were dead. I wish you were dead. Dad. Please. Dad. I wish you were dead. I wish you were dead. Dad. I wish you were dead. She screamed. I wish you were dead. I wish you were dead. She screamed. I wish you were dead. She screamed. I wish you were dead. She screamed. OK， 我感觉这个需要降低一点。那啥，滤镜。OK， 亮度拉高了是吗？就平常吧，还是正常就好。Wish you were dead. Okay, I tried to apologize, but if a vehicle screams, if a vehicle screams, it moves very quickly. making a loud high sound. If a vehicle screaming, if a vehicle screams, it moves very quickly, making a loud high sound. If a vehicle screaming, it moves very quickly, making a loud high sound. If a vehicle screams, it moves very quickly, making a loud high sound. If a vehicle screams, it moves very quickly, making a loud high sound. If a vehicle screams, it moves. If a vehicle screams, it moves very quickly, making a loud high sound. If a vehicle screams, it moves very quickly, making a loud high sound. If a vehicle screaming, it moves very quickly, making a If a vehicle screaming, if a vehicle screams, if a vehicle screams, it moves very quickly. It moves very quickly. It moves very quickly, making a loud high sound. Making a loud. It moves very quickly, and it moves very quickly, making a loud and sound, making a loud high sound. If a vehicle scream, if a vehicle scream, if a vehicle screams, 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 it moves very quickly, making a loud high sound. The car screamed around the bend. The spectator. The car screamed around the bend. The spectators. The cars screamed around the bend. The spectators. The cars screamed around the bend. The spectators. The cars screamed. The cars screamed around the bend. The spectators. This car screamed around the bend. The spectators. The car screamed around the bend. The spectators. Okay, the car screamed. Okay, the car screamed around the bend. The spectators. The car screamed. The car screamed around the bend. The spectators. The car screamed around the bend. The spectators. The car screamed around the bend. The spectators. To make a loud high sound. To make a loud high sound. To make a loud high sound. the ambulance, the ambulance raced. The ambulance raced. The ambulance raced around the corner with this. The ambulance raced around the corner with the tire screaming. Okay, tire scream. With the corner. Okay, the corner. The ambulance continuing. Ambulance. The ambulance. Raised. The ambulance raised around the corner. With its tire screaming with its tire screaming. The ambulance raced around the corner with its tire screaming. The ambulance raced screaming. Okay, the ambulance raised. The ambulance raised around the corner with its tires screaming. Okay, the ambulance raised around the corner. The ambulance raised around the corner with its tires screaming. Okay. To make a loud high sound. 尖鸣，鸣笛吧，应该是。The tires 轮胎开始尖叫 ，its tires screaming. It's bent around the bent, not curve. Bent. Serve, and serve, curve, and cover.
The point area or line. A point area or line that is formed by the median of two lines surface roads. You go around the corner. You go around the corners too fast when you go around the corner. 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 Not this. You go around the corner too fast when you're driving. Okay. It's over. OK， 我想一下要做什么。再说一个号吧。
Have truths and truths that if you were to imbibe them properly, and again, these are just pointers to ideas that you already have and experiences that you already have, that if you keep these top of mind, slowly but steadily, it will help you with certain realizations that will lead you to a calmer internal state. That's what I want to work on. Fitness is another big one. I'm just not the expert there. There are plenty of good people on Twitter who are better at fitness than me. And I think loving household and relationships actually automatically falls out of the other things. If you have a calm mind, and if you've already made money, you should have good relationship. There's no reason why you shouldn't. A lot of divorces actually happen over money. Unfortunately, that's just the reality of it. So having money removes that part of it. A lot of external battles happen because your internal state is not good. When you're naturally internally peaceful, you're going to pick less fights. You're going to be more loving without expecting anything in return, and that will take care of things on the external relationship front.
So money solves your money problems. Money buys you freedom in the material world. I think that was a tweet from your cutting room floor. And money lets you not do the things that you don't want to do.
Yeah, to me, the ultimate purpose of money is so that you do not have to be in a specific place at a specific time doing anything you don't want to do.
We skipped one tweet because I wanted to cover all of the tweets on the topic of the long term. And the tweet that we skipped was, there are no get-rich-quick schemes. That's just someone else getting rich off you.
This goes back to the world being an efficient place. If there's an easy way to get rich, it's already been exploited. And there are a lot of people who will sell you ideas and schemes on how to make money, but they're just always selling you some $79.95 course or some audiobook or some seminar, which is fine. Everyone needs to eat. People need to make a living. They might actually have really good tips. But if they're giving you actionable, high-quality advice that acknowledges that it's a difficult journey and will take a lot of time, then I think that's realistic. But if they're selling you some get-rich-quick scheme, whether it's crypto or whether it's an online business or seminar, they're just making money off you.